you're sure once the threat has passed. Today we're going to talk about how you can prepare for disasters before they strike. The first step is to get your family or your household together and talk about emergency planning. The first step there is to identify all the hazards that we face living here in North Texas. And it's no surprise to anyone that the list is very long. So identify those hazards and talk about how you would respond to all of those. The next thing you want to do is create a family or household communications list. Doesn't have to be a long list. The best thing to do is actually write it on a smaller piece of paper so that once you write down all the contacts you need, you can fold it up and put it in your wallet, in your backpack, or even keep a copy in your car. It's really important to include all the contact numbers, meaning cell phones for everyone in your household, but also numbers like your insurance companies, so that if you cannot use your cell phone for whatever reason after an emergency, you have all those important numbers already written down. The third thing you want to do with your family before a disaster is to build a family emergency kit. This is the kit that you would take to your shelter location in case you're there for a long period of time, or if you had to leave your house in the middle of the night during a disaster. You want stuff in here that will sustain you and your family. So, important things that you should put in your kit: water bottles and snacks like granola bars, a change of clothing for each person in the household if you have room in your kit, some cash in case you need to use it later, that contact communications list that you put together, keep a copy in there, any important documents that your family needs, copies of insurance, information for your house, for your car, pets, any of that that you want with you, make a copy, put it in your kit. Chargers for cell phones. I need glasses, so I keep an extra pair of glasses in my kit as well. If you have pets, also remember that you need to make a kit for your pet to include food, water, copies of their vaccination records, maybe even a toy, so that when you leave with your pet during an emergency, you have stuff for them too. North Texas is the most disaster-prone area in the United States, and I don't say that to scare you, but I say that to say that you need to prepare before disaster strikes. So follow all the steps we talked about today, and you'll be more prepared for the next one.
Hi, this is Officer Luna with the Duncanville Traffic Unit. Just letting you know that tomorrow, August 10th, Duncanville ISD starts school back. Letting you know, with the school's lights are flashing, if you do receive a citation, the fines can double. Just remember, while you're in the school zone, pay attention to all the kids that are walking, and also to put your cell phones down.
My name is Lauren Sanchez, Regional Emergency Manager for the cities of Cedar Hill, Duncanville, DeSoto, and Lancaster. Fire Prevention Week is celebrated from October 8th through October 14th, and the Duncanville Fire Department would like to remind all residents that fire prevention and fire safety start with you. Always pay attention to fire prevention. Did you know that kitchen fires are the leading cause of home fires and home fire injuries? That's why it's important for all residents to understand that fire prevention and cooking safety is extremely important. Today we're going to talk about the recipe of home fire safety to keep you safe in your home. Unattended cooking is the leading cause of home fires and deaths. Always stand by your pan. If you leave the kitchen, turn off the burner. Remember to always turn pot handles away from the front of the stove towards the back so that they cannot accidentally be bumped over or pulled over the front of the stove. Always have a lid and oven mitt near your pan when cooking so that if a small grease fire starts, you can take the lid, slide it over the pan, and turn off the burner. When grilling, always make sure that your grill is in an open space and not near anything that can catch fire, like the side of your house, decking, rails, or even tree branches. Also, never leave a grill unattended when it is in use. Clubbing and cooking don't mix. After a night out, order in. For more general information on cooking safety and Fire Prevention Week, visit www.fpw.org. And for more information for kids and cooking safety, visit sparky.org.
Hello, champions. I'm Officer Michelle Arias, the Crime Prevention Officer for the Duncanville Police Department. Today I'm here to let you know what each permitted solicitor must wear if they're coming to your door. We have recently received several reports of suspicious people impersonating city or utility company employees.
Hi, I'm here with Encore.
As a reminder, each permitted solicitor should be wearing a reflective vest like this. The vest should display a pictured ID on the front side and a permit number on the back side. As always, if you see a suspicious person or suspicious activity, call 911 and report it immediately.
My name is Talia Lopez. I'm the Crime Victim Advocate for Duncanville Police Department. Crime Victim Advocate, what we do is that we help and support victims of violent crimes with education, information, and further resources. I work with a lot of domestic violence victims and their families. I provide support as well as resources. That includes the Women's Shelter, Genesis Women's Shelter, the Family Place, that's shelter for men, women, and children. Counseling support, because that's really important. Trauma support services of North Texas, as well as the Victim Intervention Program by Parkland. They provide those services, as well as immigration. I do assist with the U visa process, as well as Mosaic services. So there's an array of resources and services for victims that are experiencing domestic violence. Victims can contact me through my direct office line. That is 972-707-3832. They can always give me a call. I receive text messages as well, but I'm here to give them support and information.
The National Weather Service just issued a tornado warning. We've got to go shelter in place. When sheltering in place, whether at home, at work, or in public, you always want to shelter inside, never shelter outdoors. When sheltering in place, there might be an area with a sign that says shelter area. That means that this area is safe for you to shelter from a tornado.
Shelter in a room that is most interior to the building, meaning that there are no windows in the room and none of the walls touch the outside. Once you're in this room, you want to stay here until the tornado threat has passed completely. In order to be extra safe once in your shelter room, the best thing to do is to get low to the ground. So crouch down on the floor. If you're in the bathroom, the best thing to do is get in the bathtub. Once you're crouched down on the floor, you want to be sure to protect your head. So cover it with your arms. If you brought a pillow with you, if you brought a helmet with you, keep your head protected. You also want to have your cell phone with you so that you can keep track on the radar or through emergency alert so that you're sure once the threat has passed. Today we're going to talk about how you can prepare for disasters before they strike. The first step is to get your family or your household together and talk about emergency planning. The first step there is to identify all the hazards that we face living here in North Texas. And it's no surprise to anyone that the list is very long. So identify those hazards and talk about how you would respond to all of those. The next thing you want to do is create a family or household communications list. Doesn't have to be a long list. The best thing to do is actually write it on a smaller piece of paper so that once you write down all the contacts you need, you can fold it up and put it in your wallet, in your backpack, or even keep a copy in your car. It's really important to include all the contact numbers, meaning cell phones for everyone in your household, but also numbers like your insurance companies, so that if you cannot use your cell phone for whatever reason after an emergency, you have all those important numbers already written down. The third thing you want to do with your family before a disaster is to build a family emergency kit. This is the kit that you would take to your shelter location in case you're there for a long period of time, or if you had to leave your house in the middle of the night during a disaster. You want stuff in here that will sustain you and your family. So important things that you should put in your kit: water bottles and snacks like granola bars, a change of clothing for each person in the household if you have room in your kit, some cash in case you need to use it later, that contact communications list that you put together, keep a copy in there, any important documents that your family needs, copies of insurance, information for your house, for your car, pets, any of that you want with you, make a copy, put it in your kit. Chargers for cell phones. I need glasses, so I keep an extra pair of glasses in my kit as well. If you have pets, also remember that you need to make a kit for your pet to include food, water, copies of their vaccination records, maybe even a toy, so that when you leave with your pet during an emergency, you have stuff for them too. North Texas is the most disaster-prone area in the United States, and I don't say that to scare you, but I say that to say that you need to prepare before disaster strikes. So follow all the steps we talked about today, and you'll be more prepared for the next one.
Hi, this is Officer Luna with the Duncanville Traffic Unit. Just letting you know that tomorrow, August 10th, Duncanville ISD starts school back. Letting you know with the school's lights are flashing, if you do receive a citation, the fines can double. Just remember, while you're in the school zone, pay attention to all the kids that are walking and also to put your cell phones down.
Hi, my name is Lauren Sanchez, Regional Emergency Manager for the cities of Cedar Hill, Duncanville, DeSoto, and Lancaster. Fire Prevention Week is celebrated from October 8th through October 14th, and the Duncanville Fire Department would like to remind all residents that fire prevention and fire safety start with you. Always pay attention to fire prevention. Did you know that kitchen fires are the leading cause of home fires and home fire injuries? That's why it's important for all residents to understand that fire prevention and cooking safety is extremely important. Today we're going to talk about the recipe of home fire safety to keep you safe in your home. Unattended cooking is the leading cause of home fires and deaths. Always stand by your pan. If you leave the kitchen, turn off the burner. Remember to always turn pot handles away from the front of the stove towards the back so that they cannot accidentally be bumped over or pulled over the front of the stove. Always have a lid and oven mitt near your pan when cooking so that if a small grease fire starts, you can take the lid, slide it over the pan, and turn off the burner. When grilling, always make sure that your grill is in an open space and not near anything that can catch fire, like the side of your house, decking, rails, or even tree branches. Also, never leave a grill unattended when it is in use. Clubbing and cooking don't mix. After a night out, order in. For more general information on cooking safety and Fire Prevention Week, visit www.fpw.org. And for more information for kids and cooking safety, visit sparky.org.
Hello, champions. I'm Officer Michelle Arias, the Crime Prevention Officer for the Duncanville Police Department. Today I'm here to let you know what each permitted solicitor must wear if they're coming to your door. We have recently received several reports of suspicious people impersonating city or utility company employees.
Hi, I'm here with Encore.
As a reminder, each permitted solicitor should be wearing a reflective vest like this. The vest should display a pictured ID on the front side and a permit number on the back side. As always, if you see a suspicious person or suspicious activity, call 911 and report it immediately.
My name is Talia Lopez. I'm the Crime Victim Advocate for Duncanville Police Department. Crime Victim Advocate, what we do is that we help and support victims of violent crimes with education, information, and further resources. I work with a lot of domestic violence victims and their families. I provide support as well as resources. That includes the Women's Shelter, Genesis Women's Shelter, the Family Place, that's shelter for men, women, and children. Counseling support, because that's really important. Trauma support services of North Texas, as well as the Victim Intervention Program by Parkland. They provide those services, as well as immigration. I do assist with the U visa process, as well as Mosaic services. So there's an array of resources and services for victims that are experiencing domestic violence. Victims can contact me through my direct office line. That is 972-707-3832. They can always give me a call. I receive text messages as well, but I'm here to give them support and information.
Right.
It's just something we're on the track, or is that a road race?
Give it time.
There's a road course inside.
Really?
Hey, Happy New Year. It's good to see you.
So I don't know if anything is gonna happen good near Cowboy Stadium. 2026.
If they have the Grand Prix, that's Formula One.
I think that's what it is.
Okay, we're gonna bring our work session to order at 6:00 PM for our meeting on Tuesday, January 7th, 2025. And I've been reminded by consensus that it's safe for me to say Happy New Year. Not too late yet. Differing opinions. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and get started with discussion of our agenda items. Item number 1.
All right, so jumping right into consent agenda items, so we'll start with 4A. Consider a resolution authorizing contractual legal services to Peoples Jackson for city attorney services for Mr. Robert Hager, the attorney, and authorizing the city manager to execute the necessary documents related to expenditures. Just real quick on backstory on this is the city council approved the services of the firm on September 10th, 2013. However, there was not a resolution. And I've shared with the mayor, and I think many of you know my customary practice, anytime there's an expenditure of more than $50,000, I reference the resolution number, and I don't have a resolution to reference. So I'm asking council tonight to approve this resolution to basically ratify the prior decision, so there's a resolution that I can reference. Any other questions?
I like to move that to individual consideration. I'm just playing.
Wouldn't be the first time. Okay.
Okay, moving on. 4B, consider a resolution to approve the use of hotel motel funds to purchase an emergency response card to be used for special events. And I believe Ms. Ote is here to help answer any questions, as well as Assistant Chief Chase or Chief Keneally. Essentially, I know there was discussion about this at the last meeting. This again is another resolution just to ratify the decision of the council so that we have that for record purposes.
Questions? Okay.
4C, consider a resolution authorizing a contract renewal for food and beverage services with Ben E. Keith at Duncanville Fieldhouse in an amount not to exceed $150,000 for the fiscal year 2025. And Mr. Craig Bracefield is here to help answer any questions. 4D, consider a resolution of the City Council, City of Duncanville, authorizing 3 additional one-year periods for janitorial and portal services at Duncanville Fieldhouse with building maintenance. Is awarded through RFP 220032 for a total contract period not to exceed 5 years in unit bid amount with an estimated expenditure of $348,076.39 over 3 years. Again, General Manager Craig Bracefield is here to help answer any questions. Moving on. 4E, consider a resolution authorizing the sale of property at 4 Belmont Place, Duncanville, Texas 75116, authorizing the city manager to execute the necessary documents. Economic Development Director Victor Barrera is here to help answer any questions. I will share with you, I know we had a question about the LLC that's in the contract, and Director Barrera has been speaking with the owner, or the proposed owner, and they are removing the LLC from the contract and just to put it in their name directly. So, happy to help answer any questions.
And we discussed this issue at our last meeting and decided to move on with the offer.
Yes.
Councilman Coombs.
There was one place in the contract, there's a question that said, are you aware of any pending legal issues? And both boxes were checked, yes and no. So,
I'll have to ask Victor why. Details of that.
I'm not aware of any legal issues. I have a contract here, but no, and we can fix that. Or for that matter, we will fix that. What's that again, I'm sorry?
it's in the contract.
Oh, it's E2, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
Yeah,
Seller is and is not aware of any threatened litigation or condemnation associated with the property.
Yeah, I think that there was some confusion because we obtained this through a legal process, and it was struck off to us, so that is a legal proceeding, which is why we ended up with the property in the first place. So, we'll make sure they get straightened.
What's the accurate answer?
No,
Okay.
because we've obtained the title, and I think they got confused since it was struck off to us. Once we have it, we have the sheriff and the redemption period's expired, then we can sell it. There is no pending legal matters.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, moving on, 4F, consider a resolution awarding RFQ 240031 pre-qualified engineering architectural services for a 3-year pool and authorizing indefinite delivery, indefinite commodity master service agreements with the firms outlined in Exhibit A to provide engineering and architectural services to the city of Duncanville from January 7, 2025 through January 7, 2028, not exceeding the total contract amount per firm of $300,000 over the 2-year period. Public Works Director Matt Bryant, Assistant Director Jahab Mohammed are here to help answer any questions relating to the engineering aspects of that, and then Mr. Ellenbrock, our Procurement Director, can help answer any questions relating to the procurement process that we went through, including the RFQ.
No question, just a comment to compliment Mr. Eltebron on the detail. And it kind of, answered a lot of the questions that probably would have been asked, but providing the level of detail as far as when and if it would need to come back to council, what would trigger that. So thank you so much.
Couple questions. So just so I understand, so it's $250,000 or more could go through the standard RFQ process, and then $250,000 or less, then contract goes immediately to the approved list, and we just consider
Work order.
one of those on the approved list.
Yeah, so we vetted them to make sure that they're qualified. And then once, because those are usually smaller engineering contracts, and so then you would get the work order depending on the amount of money that work order is for.
So does that mean there are any other firms that may be interested in that job that they may not even be considered? We just go straight to the approved list?
If there may be, I think what purchasing does goes out and finds people that are qualified and then invites them to make a submittal. And hopefully they've used historically hubs or utilized business list as well. I know the procurement does that here.
This was a pretty extensive process that Elton led for us over 60, 90 days, contacting all kinds of engineering firms to make sure that we captured anybody that was interested in doing business with the city of Duncanville so that we could be as efficient as possible. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Yes. The RFQ process went out to 731 firms, mostly MWB or hub firms that were on the state's list that were required to notify when you do a formal RFQ like that. And so it gives everyone the opportunity to respond at that time, and all the responses we got, every single firm was awarded or going to be awarded a contract so long as you approve. And then from that they'll have a list, and that's where the detail you were talking about. That list of firms will come, and when you get some project that's $10,000 or $20,000, it's not a lot. Not all those firms are going to be interested in that work. The staff will contact the awarded firms, say 2 questions they'll get asked. Are you interested in work? Do you have the staff available for it at that time? Those that respond will get and evaluate them at that time. And then one of those firms will be awarded that contract. They'll come back to me and I'll ask for a price. I can only ask for a price from the highest rate firm, according to the Texas Government Code 2254.
And this is for expediency, is that?
Yeah, so let me give you an example. So for instance, let's say that we were doing business with a particular firm and we've paid them over $50,000 this year, and we need them real quick to do renderings, for instance, one of the items we want to talk about tonight, and it's going to be $5,000. I have to wait and bring that back to council and go through that because I'm more than $50,000 instead of just being able to reach out to them for that individual specific thing. So this process would allow us to go ahead and utilize them for efficiency purposes.
And how many, because and this has, architectural services are added to this, so that was a part of it before. How many of the firms are architectural firms? Because we're moving to talk about engineering.
I think there were 7 or 8 on the list that actually, 8? There were 8 or so that actually responded they could do the architectural work. And like I say, the cap on that is $250,000, whether it's cumulative or it's a one-time deal. If you get ready to spend more than $250,000 on that project alone, and a specific RFQ is done for that work and brought back to council. So it says a limit on it of $250,000. So if one firm gets up to $250,000, they had to bring it back to council in order to give them any more work. You get to see the history of all that. But it's mainly the small jobs that they have doing for civil engineering that the city manager talked about. Then we run into the time crunch on trying to get that work done. And you know, a lot of those companies, they specialize in some of that work. But everyone had an opportunity. 731 firms, I believe, had an opportunity and got notified. Had a lot of interest in that, and there's a lot of new firms that City of Duncanville has never seen before. So it was really a good process, and I think there's one firm on there that the person's actually in Duncanville, or he owns a company, lives in Duncanville. I can't remember his name, but he contacted me. So he responded, and he's getting a contract. So I thought it was great.
Can we have this move? Just further discussion.
Sure. That would become 5J. Concludes the consent agenda.
Thank you. Okay, next we move on to item 2, City Council calendar, City Secretary.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of items. The January 10th Best Southwest Passion the Gavel luncheon has been moved to January the 27th. The library joint meeting with the library board is January the 14th. Also, I sent out a request on when to have the animal ordinance workshop, the 23rd or the 30th. And I have one for the 23rd. Is anyone else who has for that date?
Which month?
This is January 23rd or the 30th for the workshop.
How long do you expect the workshop? Did you give us a time on that, or just?
No, we just gave you the date, and we'll decide on the time.
What's the consensus?
23rd, as long as I'm approved by 5. So 23rd and 30th, I thought, yeah.
I'm good on both.
23rd.
Well, that's not,
But
we
that
know this
conflicts.
is, that's just her. She said that there was a consensus that she didn't have with intention. Mr. McBurnett.
I responded to the email.
I did too. I did.
So I would like to hear your response.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't
But
matter.
I
Okay.
didn't get 4 of them.
Okay. So, everyone would be okay with the 22nd?
23rd.
Would we be okay with the 22nd?
That wasn't an option.
Okay.
Is that all for you?
No, I'm okay either way.
But-
It is the 23rd or the 30th.
But the request, she said.
No, I was
it
saying,
needs to be
I
done
just
by
have
5.
something at 5:30 that's on the
So it would be
23rd,
before
so
5:30.
5:30.
So it needs to be before, and you have the mayor.
On the 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Mayor, if I could, Councilmember Commissioner Brand, so you're saying like a 3 o'clock start to be done at 5, is that what you're requesting?
Well, whatever, I was just saying, I have a 5:30 meeting that on the 23rd. So
Okay.
if we could do something where I can get out at 5, that gives me time to do what I need to do on the 23rd.
23rd?
You also have coffee with the mayor on that day.
Yes, coffee with the mayors at noon.
Helping you manage your schedule.
Anything else?
And for February, the February calendar, I have 2 dates for the EOC training with council. The dates I have were the 17th or the 20th. Is either of those dates good for council? Now, the 17th is President's Day, so some people may already be off, and the 20th is that same week, the Thursday.
The office is open, correct?
Yes, city offices are open.
What time are we looking at?
That was an hour and a half, and she was open on what time council would like to do. That was between an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Anytime, any day.
17th is better for me, but if I need to do the other, I can do it.
Okay, would you all be okay with 17?
Afternoon.
Do that all day.
What time?
This
Morning?
afternoon, good.
Morning, afternoon? Let's go ahead and pin down the time.
Whatever works for I'm open that day.
So, 3 o'clock.
What time do the firefighters eat? That's what time.
You should know.
I like that idea. I support that.
So,
All right, help me out.
What?
Give me a time.
2 o'clock? Did you say
2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. She said it would be an hour and a half to 2 hours,
Okay,
so you would be done.
it's 2 o'clock, thank you.
2 p.m. Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
Will this be at the fire station?
Oh, yes, and the budget dates are highlighted in yellow and on the back. If you will review those and see if those dates are good with council, and any dates we need to change, we will.
I love this.
That goes through September. And those are all about budget and CIP.
All right, anything else on the calendar? We'll move on to our briefing presentations, item number 3. Start out with the item A, Finch.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I'm gonna actually ask Tamara, she'll come up, I'll introduce you. Tamara Bell's the director of SWRCC. I'll let you stand up here and you can do an update on our Southwest Regional Communications Center. We've got a lot going on with SWRCC, and there's even some technology upgrades. There was recent improvements inside, but I'll let you do the presentation.
Okay.
So thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and all of you here. Like Mr. Finch said, I am Tamara Bell, Director of the SWRCC, also known as 911 for the cities of Cedar Hill, Duncanville, and DeSoto. And here we have Ms. Kimberly Wood. She's the Assistant Director, so she's here for support. She knew I would need some backup. I would be in the room with all you guys, so she came to help me out. I'm not sure how long I have. I may have too many slides for the time slot I have, so I'll try to push through and just stop me at any time if you have any. I'll keep moving. Just stop me if you have any questions. All right, here we go. Okay, who are we? We're SWRCC, like I said, the 911 Center for all 3 cities. We answer all the 911 calls, emergency and non-emergency for all 3 cities. We dispatch them, and we also dispatch for UNC Dallas in the Cedar Hill State Park. A lot of people didn't know we dealt with UNC Dallas, so we do them as well. This is our administrative team. Myself, Kim. We have an assistant director. We have 2 assistant directors. Eli Jalk, he is the assistant director for IT, and he's very, very good. And he's come about 6-7 years ago, and he's helped us out a lot. And then we have an admin assistant. We have training, QA officer, and then we have Kenley Chick, who's our systems administrator. So we have 2 guys, a 2-man IT team. Our shift supervisors, we have 4 shifts, 7 to 7. 7 a.m. is a shift to 7 p.m., 12-hour shifts, and then 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And they work 2 days on, 2 days off every other weekend, and the weekend consists of a Friday. So every other weekend, they're off, and everyone gets a chance to be off. When I first got there, it was the person with the most seniority to have the weekends off, but that's changed a lot because, you You just start, you still want a weekend off too. We have 32 dispatchers and we have 7 admin staff. Right now, we currently have a class of 4 in a class, and next week, I think we'll have about 2 more to start. And so we're trying to boost our shifts up to 8 per shift. Right now, we'll have 7 per shift. We're trying to get 8 per shift, and eventually 10 per shift, because we just keep growing. The numbers grow of our 911 calls, and so we want to grow with the numbers. We try to get out in the public a lot, and so we did have an article in the Southwest Now. It's been about maybe 8-9 months ago. And so this is our core of our PR team, Mr. Jacob. They're all supervisors and 1 supervisor's assistant, Kenitra and Miss Michelle there. I did have this slide in because I do want to toot our own horn. We are accredited. And we also, our training program is also certified through one of our national organizations, which is called APCO. And so we like to talk about ourselves because it's hard work. Okay, so our performance measures. Part of our work plan and our goals each year is to make sure we meet our numbers. And so APCO, which I mentioned before, one of our professional organizations, they are one. And then we have another, NENA, the National Emergency Number Association. So through that association, we have best practices. And so for our priority P, which is our priority P, the P is the major calls. Yes, our major call and priority 1 calls. We have to answer those calls. We have to evaluate 90% of those calls for accuracy. And I did not bring the whole QA spreadsheet, but our QA officer, she has a list of things that we have to answer within this amount of time, dispatch within this amount of time frame, courtesy, make sure we're using great customer service, because we don't want one of your residents of Duncanville to call council and say, hey, I don't know who your dispatch is, but they are rude. We don't want that. So we make sure we have all that stuff. We're grading. And so we're meeting that standard. We're exceeding that standard with 96% of the time. The 10-second rule is two phone rings. If you dial 911, it rings more than 2 times, you're going to think, hey, are they there? And so that 10 seconds is about 2 rings. And so we are meeting that standard 93% of the time, and the standard is 90%. And then dispatching our priority P and our priority 1 calls within 60 seconds, and we're 52 seconds. So we're doing pretty good. It's not every single call that we're dispatching under 60 seconds, but for the average, we're 52 seconds. And so we're doing pretty good there. Okay, for 2024, we answered about 200, I think this number is wrong. Okay, so this number is supposed to be here. So we answered about 285,000 calls and dispatched at 227. That's just what we dispatched. However, police, they have their own MDCs, you guys know that, where they can actually go in and create their own call. So for Cedar Hill, of these 285,000 or 227 calls, 62,581 was for Cedar Hill Police, 119,944 for DeSoto Police, and then 61,953 for Duncanville Police. And then for Duncanville Fire, 7,265, DeSoto Fire, 11,841, and then Cedar Hill Fire, 8,308. And then we have miscellaneous calls, which includes our Cedar Hill State Park, which I said we dispatch for, UNT Dallas, some mutual aid calls, and some other calls that we probably create and clear without dispatching. So I'm gonna stop right there because I do want to explain, because I know you see DeSoto's almost half double Duncanville and Cedar Hill. Let me explain that a little bit. So we have something called neighborhood patrol, business patrol that we go out on, the officers go out on. Some officers may not enter their patrol as a call, an extra patrol. They may not go into the MDC, their computer in their car, and enter it as a call. Where DeSoto, they enter all of theirs. And so it doesn't mean that Cedar Hill nor Duncanville is going out on these calls. They may just go through the neighborhood patrol looking around and may not enter it. They don't have to enter it, you know. But DeSoto, for some reason, they want to enter all of their calls. They want to announce all of their calls. And so that's why, and that's the majority of that 119. Not majority of the 119, but that makes up the difference. So without those, I believe it was about, it was less than 80. So between 75 and 80 for DeSoto. any questions on that?
So if I just could, counsel, so the city managers meet with Tamara, and we go through all these types of numbers in detail. Believe me, I've asked, how come DeSoto's not paying for 50% of the cost of services of SWRCC? But they're quick to point out, and it's true, when we go through and we really get into the nitty gritty and the hours and going through the numbers, there's not a huge difference between Duncanville, Cedar Hill, and DeSoto. DeSoto has a few more calls, yes, but comparatively speaking, if you don't factor in that neighborhood reporting system, they're very close.
And I do have a breakout of that. I don't have it here on the PowerPoint, but I do have a breakout of that, of those extra calls. If you wanted a copy of it, I could actually send it to you. Yes, sir.
So, first of all, thank you for explaining that, the numbers there. And then do you have any percentages as far as percentage of calls that are emergency, or at least the calling for emergency, or versus non-emergency?
I do not with me. However, I can break that out and make sure you get it. Yeah.
I'd be interested in seeing that.
Okay, I can do that.
Thank you.
It's interesting that we're all along the same lines, and what's our population compared to the other cities' population?
Well, obviously, we're a little smaller than the other two. I think
It's not much at this point.
Yeah, it's not much.
No,
It's
not
only,
much. Okay.
I want to say 2,500, give or take, less than Cedar Hill, maybe 5,000 at most
Okay.
with DeSoto, so.
They just have the potential to grow a lot.
Right.
And just to get into some of the things that we're doing right now, we're moving to Tyler Technologies for our CAD and RMS system. Our CAD is the heart of dispatch. That's where all of our calls are entered and where we dispatch from. And where the officers on their MDCs and fire with their MDCs, they're using the Tyler Technologies as well. We're moving from Zerker. We've kicked and screamed and cried about Zerker Technologies is what we're using right now for our CAD because it just does not fit us. It was like an off-the-shelf type product where we're not off the shelf. We're 3 different cities we're dispatching for, and we don't do the same exact thing for all 3 cities. And so we needed something that was a little more robust, something that we could actually maneuver around with, and that the current CAD we're using right now does not allow us to do that. It was not built for us. We're much larger than that, and so we're moving to Tyler Technologies. We've had our kickoff call early December, and we're starting to build in January. We have our teams already assigned. So each city has their own team. So the fire for Duncanville, they have a team led by Chief Chase, I believe, and then the police have a team led by I think either Stogner or Wilcox is leading that team. And so each city has a team, so that one city can't make all the decisions. We want everyone to have equal input into the decision of how we're going to operate in this new CAD system. Also within this CAD system, we have a cool product called, I forgot what it's called, Tyler Connect or something like that. But it's a part of Next Generation 911. And if you see NG 911, when we're talking about public safety, it's next generation. So it's basically moving from the flip phone to BlackBerry, now to the super smartphone that we all have, we can't keep our eyes off of. And if you have an Android, you're the coolest. And so with Next Generation 911, what it allows us to do is basically the copper lines that we use now for 911, we can only get, if you dial 911 from here, or I'm gonna use 35, sorry, because that's the side I'm usually on, 35 and Beltline, right? Where there's a QT, and then across the interstate, there's Lancaster, right? I'm sorry, I say Lancaster. There's Lancaster. So if you were to dial 911 from, say, QT, well, you may get Lancaster when it's really a DeSoto call. So what the new EZNet, that network is going to allow us to do with Next Generation 911 is to make sure your calls are routed properly to the right 911 center. Because what happens is, if you're in a life or death emergency, you're dialing 911 trying to get DeSoto because someone is stabbed or something at QT parking lot and you get Lancaster. Now they have to take your information. What's going on? What happened? Okay, what? And can he breathe? No. Okay, let me transfer you over to DeSoto. Ring to DeSoto. Now we answer the line, and then they have to tell us everything's going on. Meanwhile, this person's on the ground bleeding out. And so every second counts, right, when you're dealing with 911. And so that's going to better help the call routing, accuracy. And we've already worked on our GIS and our maps for that. We've had to pay a lot of money for that, actually. But we got a grant through the state. So 2 years ago, we got it was like a $2 million grant from the state to actually move, because the governor said, no, I want everyone in the state to move to Next Generation 911. We need to get this thing rolling. And it was so expensive, we couldn't really afford it. And it's hard to come back to Duncanville every single year to say, okay, we need more money for this. Even though we still do, but this was a lot of money for something that we already had. We already have phone services. Why it works, so why not just keep it? Why do we have to spend all this money on that? Because of what it offers. And so we did get a grant for it, and we've gotten our new phones in. We're operating off the phones. However, we will not be fully compliant with Next Generation 911 until we finish the ESI network, and that's what we're currently working on now. And so if Grand Prairie were to call us, Lancaster were to call us, Midlothian, with that information the example I gave with the guy bleeding at QT, when they transfer the information, all of the information from the system that they've already entered comes to us. We don't have to ask all those questions over. So we have the information, now we can just rock and roll with it and continue on the call. And so we're all excited about that. We can transfer a call to Frisco, we wanted to, and have that same information, because everyone's gonna be on Next Generation now, on that ESI net. But like I was saying before, in the system, here it is, Tyler Responder Connect, through a vendor name called Carbine. So if you were to dial now, what's your name? Sorry, ma'am. Shakita. If you were to dial 911, right? There's a fire next door or a shooting or whatever. I don't know why I'm keep saying these bad calls. We're 911. We're just used to hearing bad stuff all the time, right? So you were dial 911. There's a fire next door, and you're trying to tell us about it. I can't tell you. I don't know. We can actually send you a link once we go live and say, okay, Miss Shakita, I'm going to send you a link. If you want to show me what you see, you can say yes, share with my view with dispatch, or you can say no if you don't want to do it. And you hit share, and okay, see, now we can see what's going on. We can actually send the information to fire or police, whoever's responding, and they can see as well as they're driving, just to get a better point of what they're getting ready to go into. And so it's pretty cool. We haven't tried it yet. We do have other sister agencies around us that are already on a product like this. But that's part of Next Generation 911, where we can actually see. You can send video, text messages already. You can already text to 911, but video, pictures, and all of that, and it will just better help us see what's going on and help with investigations. I'm sorry.
Dogs at large too.
If you want to show us the video. Yeah.
You're gonna stand there with a camera with that dog.
Or you can at least take a picture and send a picture.
From my video.
You can send a picture, yeah. So I just wanted to highlight that because we're excited about that. Some of our work plans for 24 were to continue, of course, to NG 911 transition, continue our training certification. We got that done. Continue our transition to our CAD system, our new CAD system we're moving to. We're underway with that. Develop and implement a peer support team. So we're slowly progressing with this team here. Mental health is really serious. And so we're starting to take it really serious with 911 because we answer these calls, all these stabbings and the shootings, and we just hang up and go to the next call. And we're thinking we're just Superwoman, Superman, but no, that really does bother the dispatcher. And so even though they don't show it because they're just used to just going to the next call, it really weighs on them. And so we're starting to look at, take it more seriously. We hired an 18-year-old, I guess it's been about 9 months now. And one of his first calls when he was out of training was, I think it was Cedar Hill, where there's a 2-year-old that drowned in the pool. His second serious call was the baby that was mauled in by the dogs. And he was 18. And so, I can't do it without needing to take a break. And so I know we need to make sure we're making sure our people are okay because we want to keep them. We have good people. We want to make sure they stay in the profession. And also having a dispatch civic academy. So the fire, they have their civic academies. Police have their civic academies. Why don't we have one? There's no reason. We just hadn't done it. We need to do it. And so we're planning to try to do that this summer. Host about maybe 20 people. Just test it out the first time, and we're ordering a simulator which you can actually sit at this machine and it actually has the whole functionality of a dispatching CAD and all that. So that's some of the things that we've worked on, we're currently working on, and what we're trying to do in the future, and I believe that's all I have. Sorry.
Yeah. So, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Is there any downtime?
So, okay, I'll answer it like this. Our peak times are from 11 to 11, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 to 11 in the morning, are slower than 3 to 7 in the morning. However, at any moment, that call will come in and set the whole place on fire. And so, you know, even if you have 2 or 3 minutes down, that next call could set it off.
Right. I looked at that and was looking at the averages, and it's like, okay, we're processing 623 calls in 24-hour time period.
Yes.
Just from average, it's like, okay. And I understand what you're saying. The need's gonna be there as well too. How about from a technology standpoint as well? You're trying to go to a new system. There's always going to be glitches or something that needs to be worked out.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
From a technology standpoint,
yes.
Is there ever downtime as well too?
Oh, as far as if anything goes down, usually the downtime is planned for maintenance, system maintenance and upgrades. And so we coordinate with all 3 cities to get a good time to go down, which is usually not in the middle of the day when things are super busy. We try to do it early in the morning, or when it's just the times that where it's not really super busy, to take it down. It's usually not down more than 5 minutes.
But there's backup systems and everything in place if something were to happen. Obviously, I think council knows, late in the year last year, we had an incident that was unplanned, with the entire region.
Yes.
Yeah. And the backup, there were a whole series of different things that we continue to push forward and evaluate on, but that sounds like that was a national carrier issue, right? So.
Yes. And we do have a backup center in Cedar Hill where we could actually move to. However, if they're on the same path as far as our phone systems, if we go down, Cedar Hill should stay up. But if it was a big enough outage, we're going to be down in both spots. And so the way it works now is if we go down, our calls should be automatically routed to Dallas County. However, during that time, Dallas County was down as well. And so when they came back up, so their calls are routed to Lancaster. For some reason, Lancaster did not go down. And so that's where our calls eventually went until we came back.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay. So I saw on one of the slides it mentioned building renovations.
Yes.
And new building. Is that something that's coming down the pipeline? No.
So, where it went, but I did have something.
Way back. Almost way back to the beginning.
Oh yeah, my first slide. Okay. So the plan is for us to get a new building. We're just, the city managers are just trying to figure out where and how to do it. And so we've been trying to save, I guess, as part of the plan, to make minor renovations to our current building, to make it last for as long as it can last until we're able to move into a new building. And so right now, there are no definite plans, but they have been discussing it.
In DeSoto?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
We're going to talk about something a little bit later that could involve something.
And one other real quick question. So is there any discussion about, I know a lot of communication centers are starting to look at and utilize AI technologies to help alleviate call volume and transcription services, things like that. So are we looking at any of those technologies?
So yes, we actually have, we're demoing a product right now where I think we have it for like maybe 60 days then we'll tell them if we want to buy it or not. But it transcribes whatever the caller is saying to dispatch. And so while they're used to not having that, so they're having to get used to it. We just started this like maybe 3 weeks ago. And so everything is being transcribed on the side. Now, the system does have to get used to voices. So now you'll see some words on there that's like, there's no way they said anything about Canada, And so they're having to get used to, having to decipher. So it's not 100% accurate. And so I think we'll have to really get used to that. But that is part of AI. Also, that's about it as far as AI. That's about it as far as AI. But I did want to mention, I go back to public education and engagement. We do like to talk. It's what we do in dispatch. We talk all day, and so we have a pretty good team. If you know of any church or community or anyone that wants to learn more about 911, your 911 center, please let us know. We would like to come out and just talk about what we do, or invite them in for a tour. You guys are also welcome to come for a tour.
When it was a police department.
Oh, okay.
Back before it became dispatcher.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, we're gonna move on to item 3C, polling locations for May 3rd. I'm sorry, Star Transit. I'm sorry. Knew you was that. Mr. Finch.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have Deputy Executive Director Kim Britton, as well as Tommy Hendricks here, and so or Hendricks, I'm sorry, and we'll let them actually do the presentation up here to you, kind of give you an update on what's going on with Star Transit.
Sure. So I'm going to do something that we tell our drivers never to do. I'm going to go really fast. So just hang on. We're going to look at current services, look at ridership data, and then talk about some of the marketing strategies that we've done over the last couple of years. Just a little bit about us. We are a public transportation provider. We've been in business over 40 years. We provide over 235,000 trips a year with a staff of about 100, and we put about 60 vehicles on the road. We're based out of Kaufman County, and we're the 4th largest transit agency in this area with no dedicated sales tax. Service area: Kaufman County, Rockwall County, Duncanville, Box Springs, Mesquite, Hutchins, DeSoto, and then as of last summer, or a year ago summer, Cedar Hill and Duncanville. And then we also provide very limited service in Ellis County. It's typically Medicaid or a grant through COG that we provide transportation in that area. Current services that we operate in Duncanville: demand response. This is our pre-book service. You can book up to 1 business day, up to 2 weeks in advance. Scheduling agents are available Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. Buses operate Monday through Friday, 6 to 6. We launched in July of 23. It's for anyone needing public transportation, and you just have to be 13 or above to ride by yourself. Destination includes anywhere within the city limits and then the surrounding service area. And then we do leave the service area for medical appointments. Someone living in Duncanville that needs to get to the VA, Baylor, Parkland, Methodist, they can do so. Fares are based on distance. They range between $1 and $12. We do offer half fares for 60 plus veterans and disabled riders. Kids 12 and under do ride free. We have a client advocate program. This is staff that travel with our clients that need help. If someone is visually impaired or someone utilizes a mobility device, we have staff available to travel with them to help them in and out of doors, help with paperwork at medical appointments. And this is no additional cost to the city or to our rider. It doesn't cost them anything to utilize that staff. Second service is our same-day service. It's exactly the same service I just described, however, it's same day. And so you can book on our app. We have a Start Now app where you can call our call center. Same operation hours, Monday through Friday, 6 to 6. The fare is a little bit different because you are confined to a certain zone, and I'll show you a map here in just a second. Fares are $2 for 13 to 59, half of that $1 for veterans, disabled, and 60 plus. And then we do have ability on this particular service to use promo codes. So I noticed voting is in May, so we'll have a code that people can use to go vote for ride free to go vote on this service. And then we also, as of October, we did add an Uber element to this service. Basically, it's if someone gets on the app and the trip is going to take longer than half an hour, or one of our vehicles takes longer than half an hour to get to the rider, a pop-up will come up and say, I can improve your ride by using Uber. Do you want to do that? And if they say yes, then they would get issued an Uber. It's same cost. There's no difference so for $2 or $1 based on those categories. This is the map of where anybody can go same day. So someone that is in Duncanville can go to Cedar Hill or DeSoto. That was by request from the city of Duncanville. And so they are able to travel within those 3 cities on same day. And then we added the Social Security office whenever we were doing our public meetings. That was a specific request They can go to the Redbird Transit Center, the Dart UNT station, the health complex at Redbird, the Glen Heights Park and Ride, and then, like I said, DeSoto and Cedar Hill. So they ride within that zone for $2 or $1. That's how that works. So from a ridership stats standpoint, the top is from 2024. You can see that we've constantly made some improvement with the ridership numbers. You'll also see there's a huge jump in July in 23 and 24. We work with the field house and on their camps that they have during the summer, and we transport kids to the library to different locations, and so that's why that ridership number has increased, because we do count that as part of that ridership. But you can see based on the last couple of years that ridership has continued to improve year to year. Per industry standard, it usually takes about 3 years for public transportation to really take hold and for people to start trusting and using it. So I think we'll continue to see those numbers go up. I don't know if there's any specific questions about ridership. Wait times, you'll see wait times. This is October of last year. You can see that our wait times increased when we added in that Uber element, because we did start seeing some of those numbers increase when we added that Uber element. We brought those wait times down. Our goal is always to be 15-20 minutes. So when we were able to add that Uber element, then that did bring those wait times down, which is right where we want to be. So someone's truly, because we've added that Uber, you could get on your app and you could potentially get a ride immediately, depending on where that Uber driver is. But average, you can see we're doing about the 11, 13, 14 minutes. From an elderly disabled percentage, it is high in this area, so that tells you the ridership is a little bit older. We saw a dip in June, but that's because we're helping the field house, and so you've got a younger group of riders during that time, a big chunk of riders, so you can see that number does dip down in that June time frame. Questions about any of those?
Yeah, one's kind of a comment. I'm still receiving a few calls, not significant, about people calling up and being told, we can't pick on a Wednesday. We can't pick you up till Friday. We don't have anybody available. Is that something you hear much of?
So there's two things. With our demand response, that pre-book service, keep in mind we've been booking for 2 weeks. So if somebody calls and is trying to book a trip for the next day or even the next day, likely it's probably going to be full because we've been booking those days for 2 weeks. Okay. Now what our call center should be saying is, call us back same day, because we would be able to get you same day. Now that same day would be limited to those 3 cities and those other areas, but they could potentially, depending on where they're going, they could.
I don't know enough to know that they haven't been doing that. The second part of that would be, it seems like when you all came on board that we met your expectations and exceeded it to some extent about the ridership. Where are you at on buying additional vehicles?
Tommy, where we've been buying additional vehicles for this service?
Yeah, I mean, I think that under the current contract, there's still room to grow, right? And so I wouldn't anticipate in the near future that we need to increase the level of service that the city's receiving right now. Like you mentioned, year 3 is a good time period to evaluate where we're at. We're still seeing ridership increase. Year over year, we're up 92%. I think that there's still some room to grow, especially when we see that wait time leveling off. That Uber addition, it's not that it's a large volume of trips that are being outsourced there, but it just gives another option to help bring that wait time down. So I think that after year 3, it might be something that we talk to city staff about and see where we're at. The other thing, as far as buying additional vehicles, if and when that time does come, we've been in a good spot with grant funding that doesn't cost our local partners anything. So if we were to add to the service, it wouldn't be, okay, City of Duncanville, let's look at adding another bus. The bus is going to cost $130,000, and then we need to add additional hours to the contract. we're able to go purchase that vehicle really at no cost to our local partners because we're getting federal and state grants through North Central Texas Council of Governments and FTA that acquire those vehicles on our behalf. So I just wanted to make sure that that was stated. It's not necessarily the city needing to help buy a vehicle in the future. And that also goes with fleet replacement, is the same thing. We would never come to the city and say, all right, it's been 5 years, we need to purchase this new vehicle. We manage the fleet replacement on our end, and those funds are dealt with in separate grants that are paid at 100%. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Talking about expanding and adding vehicles, have y'all, or do you, have you considered service to the school district? Where, like outside of the normal busing area, I've talked to some people at the beginning of this year when they moved to high school. If you're within 2 miles, you don't get a ride to the school. Is that something y'all looked at?
Yeah, so I'll jump in on that too. So we are prohibited to compete with school districts. So it's not something that we could go to the school district and approach them about supplemental service. However, we do get a lot of students that request, or parents that book on behalf of their student, whether it be after school, practice, or something like that. We typically see a lot more ride homes after school than us taking a student to school. But it does happen, but it's not something that we're allowed to go out and approach the school district and
So you can't even approach them.
Right. That's just like contract with them. We're prohibited from specific school bus service where we contract that. Ours has to maintain public transit. Anybody 13 and above can contact us for a ride, regardless of area. If they need to be dropped off at school or picked up at school, we'll do that. That happens.
So that prohibition includes all schools, charter schools, private schools, or is it just public schools?
Well, now public school, and I because that's not something that we've ever dove into is let's contract with a school for school bus service. We're audited on an annual basis, and that's one of the items that I've got to check off that we do not provide school bus service, right? But I don't know about private charter school service. It's just that we can't compete with the private industry and you know, kind of undercut them and that sort of thing. Yeah.
Good questions. On-time performance, we have an 88% on-time performance with our services. And then from a reviews standpoint, out of 325 reviews that we've received specifically for Duncanville, we have about a 95% positive rating. Marketing strategies. I have a long list of things that we've done over the last year or so, and just some information to social media. When we launched, we had the ribbon cutting. When we launched, we also did a postcard mailing to almost 5,000 households between Duncanville and Cedar Hill. We also did a digital campaign along with that direct mail campaign. This past summer, we ran ads in the Southwest Now magazine, seems to be popular around here, which is goes to about 44,000 residents and businesses. And then we also did a billboard back in May as well, specifically for Cedar Hill and Duncanville. One of the things we're going to try this first quarter is do a text campaign. We're working with a PR company to kind of go out, since people are really using more digital. We're going to try a text campaign. If they're on the no-call list, they won't get a text. Plus, if you guys get text all the time, you have the option to opt out. So if somebody gets it, then they can opt out of those messages. One of the things we're working on is I'm hoping that we will have what we'll text is information about the same-day service and the app that's available. And then if they download that app, then they would get a free ride if they download the app. So we're working with vendors on trying to make that happen. So we're really excited about getting to try that specifically for this area. So we'll keep you guys posted on that. Questions about marketing.
You talked about schools. I've gone to the Duncanville ISD, their special needs program. I've spoken to families and their students and trained them on. We took a vehicle out and let the kids get on so that they could see how to pay fares, because especially those that are starting to transition out of high school and go into work, we wanted them, the teachers wanted them to be able to know how to use the service. We've gone to social clubs, churches, and so just try to be out and about as much. We've sponsored several of the city events, the parade, the 4th of July parade we were in, the Hispanic Fair parade we were in, the Heritage we were in. So from a budget standpoint, we are in year 2 of a 3-year grant through COG. With that grant, it's an 80-20 split. So from a breakdown standpoint, the overall agreement is just over $283,000. That 80% is picked up through that federal grant, which is $227,000, and then the city pays a little over $56,000, and then you see the monthly amount. When it breaks down from an hour standpoint, we operate 20 hours a day, Monday through Friday, in the city of Duncanville. Any questions about budgets?
Remind us again when that grant expires.
So the end of next year, which would be year 3, our board will determine our cost of service, which is usually May and June. So we'll start reflecting that next year. You guys would know, moving on to the year 4, what that would look like. And it would go about 60-40 at that point. Questions, comments? I know we were asking questions along the way. Any questions, comments? Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Very thorough.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to Okay, in the essence of time, and not to push things too far out, the city manager and I have talked about moving the next 2 items elsewhere in the agenda. So for the record.
Obviously, we realize there's quite a few folks here for the Arts Commission, so moving that early in the agenda to 2B under presentations. A would be the Lab Nature Preserve, B would be the Arts Commission discussion, and then the briefing discussion relative to polling locations, we move that to 6G with the staff and board reports.
Understood. Thank you for your patience, and we'll adjourn this session and meet about 5 minutes in the regular session. At, yes, 6:57.
Okay, welcome. Thank you for your patience. We do have a little lighting issue up here. Some of us are debating that they need more light. I would suggest I don't need more light. So hopefully we'll get this worked out, but I don't think it'll affect our video. So with that, welcome. Thank you for coming, and we're going to open this regular session at 7:10 p.m. We're going to begin with our invocation. Reverend Jane Grainer of Trinity United Methodist Church will lead us in the invocation.
And we're particularly honored because Trinity United Methodist Church just celebrated our 50th anniversary just on Sunday of being here in Duncanville. Let us pray. God of all the nations, you have called us all to lives of righteousness and justice, of peace and wholeness. We confess that at times we have cared more for places of honor than for places of service, and we've worked more for power than for purpose. Bless now those who gather in this chamber. Give the gifts of discernment, of wisdom, of vision. To those who lead here, grant the patience of cooperation. To those who debate here, grant clarity of thought. To those who decide here, grant the courage for truth. Keep ever before us the broken places of our life together. Set our ears to hear the cry of the poor. Set our eyes to see the needs of the sick. And set our hearts to beat in rhythm with yours. And join together all people of goodwill, both in this place and beyond, in order that this city might be a signal of hope and fulfillment. We ask this in the name of all that we hold holy. Amen.
Please join me in the pledges to our flags. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to our reports. I just want to say that myself, under the mayor's report, item number 1, that going into this new year, I'm extremely proud to be working with this council, this city manager, the staff, and I'm especially pleased that, like on a night like tonight, we have so many people that are interested in the things that are going on in Duncanville. I expect that we're going to have really great things happen this year. I really do. I mean that when I say that. It's been a rough year. I've been recovering from some things that happened in the past that took some imagination and some fortitude, but we're forging ahead and we're starting to see a great light, a bright light, and I'm real pleased about that. I don't want to take up too much time, but I want to tell you that when I first came on as a council person in 2021, I believe it was, I'd said this in my acceptance speech, that at some point in time as an employee, I had visited the Republic Bank in downtown Dallas. It's an old bank. Started up in 1954. The building's still there. And while I was there doing some business, I saw a plaque. And something struck me about that plaque, and I went back later on looking for the bank. I couldn't find it. Wasn't very good at my looking at my MapQuest, but I did finally find it, and I went back in and I took a picture of the plaque because it was important to me. It was a statement about the bank and their dedication to their clients and their community, but I thought about it years later, and so I read this, and I'm gonna read exactly what it said here, pertinent to the bank, but then I want to tell you my take from it as it applies to me and everything that I do as an elected official in the city. And it said this, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Republic Bank, but it's quite an institution in Dallas, has an interesting history, if that kind of thing suits your fancy, I'd suggest you read up a little bit on it. It's pretty interesting. It says that this building is dedicated to the principle that no institution can long endure unless it serves faithfully and unselfishly its country, its state, and its community. It was really impactful to me. I cut out a few words, and I've said this body is dedicated to the principle that this institution cannot endure unless it serves our community faithfully and unselfishly. So from that original reading, it captured my attention immediately, and I'll tell you today, starting the new year with these fine people up here, you're in good hands. I promise you that. And we won't always agree, but I'm telling you, the work and the dedication that each of these individuals put in to each issue that we have to deal with is amazing, and it's a cohesive environment amongst us. And I just want to tell you that we're looking for a good year this year. I really do appreciate that. Moving on to the next item, council members' reports. I see Councilman, I was going to call him Dr. McBurnett. Councilman McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have a few just things to mention. Mark Graham and the Master Naturalists have done stuff out at the Ladd property, and I want to thank them for what they're doing with that. Hey, Trinity United Methodist, congratulations on your 50 years as well. Also, congratulations to Reese and Katie Edwards, because they were the first ones to get the native landscaping permit. The Lions Club had another successful Sandra Meadows tournament, the 74th, 75th next year. It's always been an outstanding event for Duncanville. Also, kind of in between the times of while working the Sandra Meadows tournament, I got to go to the Moby Dick Marathon that they had at the McMillan Institute. I'd encourage you, if you want to do something that's educational and supportive, go to the McMillan Institute website and look at things. I got to give a shout out to Mr. Hugman's Texas Longhorns for making New Year's better for some people. Also, I want to thank David Keys. He's served the city, and he's going on for another endeavor. So best wishes to you, Mr. Keys, going forward. And really, I had this note down at the mayor. I'm looking forward to working with this council, the staff, and even our city attorney and stuff here. But most of all, best wishes 2025 for our citizens of Duncanville. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other council reports? None? Okay, with that, I'll move on to item 1C, City Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening. Happy New Year. We're starting off the new year with a winter storm. So I'll share with you, staff has been having a lot of conversations about this in preparations over the last 48 hours. We first got wind of this late last week. We trained for these types of situations. I want to share with the community, we will be activating our Emergency Operations Center on Thursday, January the 9th. That means that staff is taking this very seriously as we prepare. We have a updated forecast as of just about 4:30 this afternoon that we are now expecting precipitation involving rain, sleet, freezing rain. Rain precipitation could possibly freeze early Thursday morning, starting at daybreak. So we're actively monitoring the situation. We are planning to open a warming center, if need be, on Thursday and Friday, possibly Saturday. So we're taking all the precautions. Our team is meeting daily to review the situation and what's going on, and we're preparing for that. So we'll be, council, you'll see as we go throughout the evening, I've asked a lot of the staff to go home early tonight because I'm expecting them to work probably for the next 48 to 76 hours as this situation progresses. So with that, certainly last but not least, and Councilmember McBurnett, I want to acknowledge and thank David Keys for all of his work as the interim assistant city manager and serving the last couple of years for the city of Duncanville and helping lead through a series of transitions over the last couple of years. And wish you all the best, as your new position will allow you to work a lot closer to home. So congratulations on that, and thank you for everything you've done for us.
Thank you, Mr. Finch. All right, we'll move on to item 2A, receive a draft report and discuss the highlights of the Ladd Nature Preserve Master Plan. Mr. Bart Stevenson will do the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Bart Stevenson, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm here tonight to introduce our consultants. Before I do that, I want to take the time to thank our consultants half. They've done a tremendous amount of work. I also want to thank our committee of 7 residents, 3 of which are on the dais here tonight. The work that has been done to date has been incredible, and I'm so proud to be a part of it. Tonight we'll be sharing with you a draft of the master plan for the Ladd Nature Preserve, and kind of the process from this point forward is that the committee received this report electronically last week. We will be getting a copy tonight. The committee will then meet here in the very near future to review and make any final edits. We'll also be asking the council to review the document and provide information and feedback back to staff. We will forward all that information back to the consultant for them to make a final copy for your review and possible approval in an upcoming council meeting. So before I introduce the consultants, do you have any questions? Okay, with us tonight we have from HAF, we have Lane Olivo and Carrie Gray Harrison.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. This has been a really fun project to work on, and it's really, I think, a really very significant project for the city. So, and bear with me if you don't hear me, let me know, and I'll try to speak a little louder or more into the microphone. But we've put together a preliminary report of the overall process that we've gone through to come to this master plan, to develop the master plan. As well as the master plan's recommendations for it, how to implement it, and how to maybe evaluate it a little bit as it gets implemented as well. What I'm going to do right now is briefly go through the master plan. I'm just going to flip through the pages and give a brief summary of each of the major topics in the plan, and then I'll discuss the master plan itself a little bit more in detail, and then we'll talk about some of the stuff that has not been presented to any of the other presentations that we've done. At the very end, and then if there's any questions or comments that you have, we'll do that at the end. So let's see if I can get this to work. Okay, so our report here is divided into six sections: an introduction, an inventory and analysis, a client and public involvement, the master plan itself, a conclusion, and then the appendices that have extra information that went into the plan itself. The purpose of the master plan, the overall purpose of the master plan was to provide a guide in developing what we consider an exceptional nature preserve. This is it's a centrally located piece of property that is very highly ecologically valuable, and just provides a wealth of opportunities for public involvement and education and community development. As part of that, for one of the first things we did in developing the master plan was to sit down and come up with a vision of what the preserve could be. And the statement we ended up with is, as the city's ecological jewel, the Ladd Nature Preserve will be a lasting, living resource that fosters environmental stewardship, education, and community connection for the enrichment of future generations. And we took those three elements, that environmental stewardship, education, and community connection, and use those as the foundation and pillars for the rest of the design and how that, and the framework for that. The major portions of the summary are going to be the inventory analysis, the client and public involvement, and then the master plan concept. As I'm sure everybody's aware, this project is located at Daniel Dale and Santa Fe, the northeast corner of that. Most of the property was given over to the city by the Ladd family. And then there's a portion up in the northwest that they still hold ownership of, but they are wanting to be part of this project as well. So for the inventory analysis, we looked at a number of things. We tried to be really pretty comprehensive in how we view the property. So we started off with the regional climate ecology and how that all is expressed on site. And then we looked at the geology and the soils. We looked at the hydrology and the floodplain of the area. Excuse me. We looked at the history, the site history and its past uses, what it's been used for previously. We looked at an inventory of the various ecological communities. And there's about 5 different communities on site. Savannah and Prairie, a couple of different versions of those, a mesic community, a mixed upland community, and a hardwood woodland community. And these also developed a list of notable plant and wildlife species that are on site. We looked at the deed and ownership we just talked about, and then we did the analysis, the site analysis took all that together, and we came up with 6 different suitability ranges for development within the site, ranging from very suitable for development, where we could put possibly parking lot and or building or other things like that have kind of a high impact construction, to least suitability for developments, where we want to do as very little as possible while still allowing access by the community to get in, but without damaging the processes. Once we'd kind of done that initial analysis, then we took it to client and public involvement. We did we had a site visit with the steering committee. We had a steering committee visioning session, which is where we developed that vision statement from earlier. We had a preliminary design concept presentation where we had 2 different concepts that we presented, and we talked to a number of community members about what they liked, didn't like, how they thought was probably the best way to use it. And then we had a public meeting in mid-November that showed the final master plan that was that we came up with from that preliminary concept. And in this master plan concept, we came up with a number of programmatic elements and a number of preservation elements that we wanted to include in the plan. And those are all listed in the report you can see right there. The images that we've got on the right are just some examples of ways that those elements could be incorporated into the site. Not necessarily anything in there that specifically has to be there, but it's just ways to say this is the way it could be done. So this is the final master plan. The highest area suited most for development is in that northern eastern corner along Santa Fe Road. And that's where we would put parking and bus drop-off, where we would have a demonstration garden and a gathering space and gathering structures. The structure would be a building that could be used for educational. It could be used for taking care of the site. It could be used for just social events. I know part of what we wanted to do was make sure that we were not flooding the site with a lot of activity. But where we did want some activity and the ability to bring people in and educate them and get them involved with the site and more knowledgeable about the site would be over in this building in that area. In addition to that, we have a loop trail system all the way around to give recreational walkers, joggers the ability to go around the site. We have the trail along Daniel Dale is a multi-use trail, which is intended to eventually connect to off-site trails and off-site pathways. We have a number of soft surface and or boardwalk trails into the more ecologically sensitive areas so that we can, again, provide access for people to get into those areas, but not actually make an impact while they're there. We have a number of educational sort of rooms around the site, located at various either areas that are good vision points, good places to look over interesting areas, or places within the zones that would help be suitable for educational opportunities. The majority of the site will be accessible all the way through the site. There's some things that we just, due to the topography of the land and things that we can't make everything completely accessible. But what we tried to do was create equal opportunities within the site where if we have, like, we've got a couple of different access points down into the creek area and the limestone shelves in there, and where one might be a little harder to take a wheelchair or a cane down, the other one might be a little easier to do that. So we're trying to make sure that we are as inclusive as we can be throughout the site. We talk about our design strategy for the building itself, how people arrive on site, where they're able to kind of develop some nature play to get the kids more involved, more excited about being in nature and out in the site. The gathering structure or the nature center, which has an opportunity to talk about everything from how do you build in a way that works with the climate and the land and uses the natural processes to be part of the building, as well as providing classrooms or gathering spaces. And there's a number of other, many things that you can do for that. The construction for that building would be based on helical piers, which gives us the opportunity to have very minimal impact in the land itself. It would be raised up so that the natural watershed would remain unchanged. The actual disturbances by construction would actually be minimal because of the way that you're able to develop a building on this. Basically what can happen is that a couple of rows of the piers can be set, and then a platform can be set, and then the rest of the construction can be done from that platform. So there's no longer any more actual heavy machinery on the land itself. It all stays on the building pad and contained within the building pad. That's one idea. We have a couple of different other options for doing it. We've got spaces that could be enclosed, that could be opened. We've got opportunity for solar power if we need power there. We've got opportunities for water collection. We're trying to use low embodied carbon steel and concrete elements, so we're using very sustainable materials as well. And that in itself is a narrative that can be told at the site to help educate even more about how we can interact with sites like this. At the end, we have an implementation plan, which is kind of what we'll talk about a little bit. So in order to really get into the design, the implementation plan needs its own sort of task. And so what we've got here is just a broad overview of how it could be implemented. And so we've got three major phases, an initial development of 1 or 2 years where we would put in parking and the loop trail and maybe a couple of interpretive and educational features. In year 3 and 4, we could expand that, expand the visitor facilities. We could expand all the trails, get all the soft surface trails in and the boardwalk trails in. Some key milestones there would be completion of the nature center and gathering spaces, and then launch of the nature play and demonstration gardens. Phase 3 with the long term would be connectivity through and to the surrounding community as well. We could introduce seasonal programs. We could then start hosting the annual events. Some key milestones would be, like I said, connection of the preserve to trails and regional networks, establishment of a robust volunteer and educational programming calendar. And then how could we fund it, right? So there's grant opportunities, there's public-private partnerships, there's community fundraising where we could do something like an art piece that is dynamic and has the ability to be added to over years as more and more people have the opportunity to donate. So it's not a one-time fundraising opportunity that people miss, but as the life of the park goes on, people have the opportunity to do more and more as well. Let's see here. Metric for success. So how do we know that the park would be a successful park? One of the things that we would want to do would be to be able to set up analysis of analysis of certain metrics that we could track over years to see whether or not we're doing what we actually think we're doing or doing what we're trying to do. And that would be things like making sure that the ecological health of the site remains or increases at the current level. We don't want to just go in there and even maintain a status quo. We actually want it to improve and be better as it ages. We want this to be a sustainable park that just gets more and more valuable and special for the community. So one of the key ways that we do this, we make sure that we monitor the health of the site on a regular basis and compare that to a baseline and make sure that it actually is improving. We could talk about, or we would measure things like visitor engagement. How often people come, what do they come for, what are they doing, are they actually involved in education, are they actually getting involved in the volunteer programs? How many visitors do we convert to people who are actively engaged in the maintenance and work of the project? We'll measure the education. How many times do we get to actually get people out there and do educational programs? How many people or how many programs do we get to run where we pull people in for a weekend of a workshop? And how often how many of those are coming back? How many of them are bringing new people in? And then one of the final metrics would be the financial sustainability of the preserve. It's going to be a critical area of focus. We'll have to track the revenue and that's generated through grants, sponsorships, and whatnot. And then just get a clear picture of the community's role in sustaining the preserve. So in conclusion, the three major factors that we wanted to address and use as the foundation for this plan are the stewardship and conservation, community connection and education, and sustainable development and future resilience. At its core, the plan prioritizes preserving the preserve's unique ecological communities. From an educational point of view, it's going to be more than just a natural space. We want it to be a communal asset that's designed to foster educational or environmental education. And from a sustainability point of view and a sustainable development point of view, we're committed, the design strategies that are implemented in the plan are committed to passive design principles, to ways to sustaining and adapting the existing to grow in its value, its ecological value, not necessarily its financial value, but its ecological richness and diversity that already exists, but to improve on that as well. And finally, we have the vision for the future is that this will become, this is already a very unique place within Duncanville. And what we want is to be even just increase that star power, if you will, of the site and make it something that is just a shining example of what really can be done even in an urban area like Duncanville. How we can still come together and develop a highly ecologically sustainable park that people can interact with and learn from. And with that, that's in a nutshell is the report. Obviously, you guys all have a copy of it, either digitally or physically, and we are really looking forward to your feedback and any questions. If you have any questions now, it'd be great. If not, we'll look for your feedback whenever you get to it.
Thank you, Mayor. This is very exciting. I love to see it, all the potential, and you're right, it is very unique here. When I first heard about the LAD, I wondered if it did include wetlands on it. And I see wetlands, and at one piece of me is excited about it, about the educational opportunities and the characteristics of a wetland and learning about that. But it also makes me nervous about the regulations surrounding it. So if you could speak to that, put us at ease who are worried about it.
So right now, it's not technically designated as wetlands. We've been out there and we've seen all sorts of characteristics of wetlands, ephemeral wetlands and seasonal wetlands. And so we can fairly confidently say that it probably will be once it gets permitted. The creek is part of the 10 Mile Creek watershed, which then flows into the Trinity. And so it does come under the waters of the U.S. jurisdiction. So with all that being said, any development that goes on here is going to have to go through federal and state permitting, with USA, ACE, the Corps, as well as the federal guidelines as well. So that will, and those are very, very definitive about what can and can't be done in those wetlands. And part of that's going to be delineating what is actually out there, so that we know how to the restrictions that we have in treating with it and designing on it and treating it. So yes, that is something that we are very well aware of. It's something that's going to have to be addressed in that permitting phase. Yeah, we again one of the primary pillars of this is ecological sustainability, and so that would be a critical part of that issue.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So with the implementation plan, so this
Yes, sir.
being still a draft document, right?
Yes, sir.
So could we, with the implementation plan, also get the opinion of probable cost for each phase and see
Yes.
what those costs look like in each
Yeah.
phase?
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Further questions or comments? Oh, go right ahead.
Sorry. So what's the next step, and what's the timeline look toward approval of this document?
So our next step our next step is going to be to take any comments and questions that we have and address those in the final version of the report, and then we'll submit that report to the city, to Brett, and then from there we'll discuss what the next phase of design is. I know permitting will probably be one of the next things we really need to do is figuring out either permitting or an environmental survey, like a true survey to determine wetlands and determine all the things that need to go into that permitting, so that when we apply for a permit, we can actually achieve it. And then we'll go into you would need to go into schematic design, which is where we really take the concept ideas and start putting them into. They're already so. This is going to be a little weird. Start putting them into sort of real world application. I mean, we at the concept phase, we design as much as we can with the amount of information that we have to be real world. But until you get into that survey and you get into the geotechnical investigations and you get into all the other surveys that you have to have done, then we can really take that information and really start developing the realistic how this concept gets played out on the ground.
So, city manager, so I guess my question is, when will we be able to vote to approve this?
Yeah, so great question, and I think I'm going to make an assumption here that you're looking for comments from the council as well as staff over the course of the next couple of weeks,
Yes.
whatever that is. So realistically, you're probably looking at a final draft, 30 days out?
Probably about that, yes.
Okay. So to answer your question, then, Councilmember Kuntz, I would think probably late February, early March would probably be the earliest. So.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
And now we're going to go on to an additional item that was added as a result of being removed from our work session. Item 3D is now item 2B, and that's the Arts Commission presentation, and that is, didn't have your name, Alex is on here. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me all right? I'm here tonight to present the summary of the survey results. Survey we run over the past about three and a half weeks. A little bit of background about the survey. On October 22nd, not the 27th, the Arts Commission voted in favor of making a recommendation to Council regarding a cultural district. A week later, the chairperson, Mr. Ron Thompson, presented that to the City Council. November 21st, we began work on creating the survey. By December 3rd, we had 5 members had contributed to that survey. Due to the holidays and such, it took a little bit of time to get everybody's buy-in. And then we published it on December 9th with the city manager's approval. And that first publication was in the email newsletter that day. The distribution initially was the Arts Commission Facebook page and the city email newsletter, so that it was branded as an Arts Commission project. And then to help it along, moved it over to the city social media, economic development social media, Arts Commission Facebook page. It continued there and continued with the email newsletter. The responses total was 6,824 as far as a reach, with 87 total responses. I would like to note that 10 of those responses came from 3 users. We can tell that by the IP addresses, so in the more comprehensive data that you have there, you'll be able to see that there are people who went in there multiple times. One person flagged themselves as filling out this survey 2 times, or 3 times total, with 2 being repeats that they pointed out. Just the overall, this is a word cloud to the question, what words or ideas come to mind when you hear cultural district? 76 answered and 7 skipped this question. What would you like the city of Duncanville, would you like the city of Duncanville to have a cultural district? 85 answered and 2 skipped. No matter how you answered question 2, what areas in Duncanville do you think should be a cultural district? And again, this is a word cloud. That more comprehensive data is going to be in the report that was included in your packet. Do you agree that Armstrong Park should be designated as a cultural district? If Armstrong Park is designated as a cultural district, do you agree or disagree that it should be named the Armstrong Park Cultural District? And their responses from 84 who answered and 3 who skipped. And I believe this is the final. What name would you recommend in a cultural district? Here is a word cloud. And then I did put all of the recommendations, and there's 55 answered, 28 skipped. To the next page. And then one more. And again, all of that is in the more detailed report. Any questions?
Questions? Yeah, it's a briefing, just like we'd ask any questions.
So, thank you for
Sure.
presenting this data. And with data, you know, sometimes it tells a clear story, and then sometimes it's up for interpretation. I think a lot of what we're seeing here is it's probably going to be in the eyes of the beholder. A lot of what we're seeing, I know that, of course, the Arts Commission did vote to approve the boundaries of the district would be Armstrong Park, and the name would be Armstrong Park, and then that was what was put. That's kind of the first thing you see when you're taking the survey is Armstrong Park. But with the numbers themselves, our Armstrong Park barely received 50% of people being agreeable to that, and as far as the name, I think it was barely 30% of people were agreeable to that. And there were some terms that did come up over and over again for all responders. Of course, Main Street, downtown. I saw Ben Franklin in there. And so I think, again, depending on how you look at it, that we might want to look at some boundaries outside of Armstrong Park. And also, just driving around the area, especially downtown and Main Street, that when you look at some of the, the residential areas. And some cultural districts also incorporate some of their historical housing. And we do have a lot of historical housing, especially along Husted, Cherry, Hastings, right behind Main Street. And so it would be great to also incorporate some of that housing as well into the district. So, and then as far as the name, there were some great names that were put in there as well, at least suggestions. So I would be curious to see what the responses would be. Heritage Cultural Park was one that stood out to me. But I think we got a lot of really good feedback, most of it. And so I appreciate everybody who participated in the survey, because now we've got to think about this differently. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gooden?
Thank you, Mayor. So those are all really great points. We not only did the survey, but the council did ask for public input, but I know that this is only talking about the survey, so I'll stick to the survey so I don't go outside the guidelines. I think it showed in favor. Like you said, it can be interpreted based on how you're looking at it in the questions, and it can be interpreted that it was in favor of Armstrong Park being the cultural district. And if we are to extend the boundaries, then we need to discuss what the financial impact of that would be, what that would mean for our development and everything else. So we already have the activity happening at Armstrong Park. And it would be pretty much budget neutral to go this direction. But those are just my thoughts. So I would love to hear, because we put the survey out to get more public input in addition to what we have already done. So I would love to hear from the council, what is it that you would like to see as far as moving in this direction, or what direction would you like to go in, or what would you like to have the Arts Commission consider, being that they've already taken a vote and presented it to council? Are there any additional items?
As a matter of fact, there is.
Okay.
And you mentioned this, so I'll go ahead and feed back into this, that the way the questions were asked on the subject of the Armstrong Park Cultural District, I think you could read it two ways, but it says Armstrong Park be designated as a cultural district and named the Armstrong Park Cultural District. What I didn't get out of this was clarification that we are not renaming Armstrong Park. So that's the question that I would have, not to be discussed tonight, but that's the question I'd have for the council, is that my reading of that and the fact that there's no specific question about renaming the park leads me to believe maybe this isn't a renaming of the park, but it's not clear. So I'm going to be looking for a clear answer to that. Mr. Pennebaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment or two. For every election cycle, for decades, many of us past have been sitting here because we just got 50% or more of the vote. So that's pretty impactful, because that other 49 some odd percent can be all over the place. So I do like the 50%. I do agree that this can be looked at, interpreted a couple of different ways. A lot of this is a discussion for other days as far as other areas and expanding it, things like that. But I would like to see if we can get a copy of those results to review. I'm sure that's available.
Councilwoman Gooden.
Thank you. So to stay in line with the agenda and the items that we have and how it's worded to the public, we can't say anything outside of that because we haven't made the public aware. I would like to request that we have additional conversation about this possible workshop, possible discussing it further with the Arts Commission, and allow the Arts Commission to tell you what they've done in addition to this and as far as the public input, and provide additional details.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, Ms. Gooden, is that you're suggesting that we have a workshop to discuss this issue. So the question comes up that we've had a meeting with the Arts Commission to talk specifically about these issues. So is that a workshop with the council so that we can come up with our questions and then provide them afterwards to the Arts Commission?
That would be a workshop amongst council and have the chair and the vice chair
Okay.
speak to us.
Comments from the rest of the council about going that route? Okay, Mr. Pennebaker, thumbs up. Mr. Kuntz? Okay, you're good with that? A workshop? Oh, you have a comment. Okay, let me check. Okay, so far we've got at least 4 that are agreeable to a workshop, which means everyone's included the workshop. Comment?
So I think that's a great idea for us to go back and have some discussion about the data here. I guess one thing I'm trying to understand is the sense of urgency. If there is a sense of urgency behind this. I mean, this is, again, I think everybody up here really wants a cultural district, and most of it's going to be in my district, so I really want a cultural district, and I think it's just a great move altogether. But again, trying to make sure that we make the right moves at the right time. It's not necessarily something, it's not costing us anything right now not to have one, but obviously there's some economic benefit to have one. And do we want the short-term economic benefit of having one that's kind of limited, or really looking at, I mean, we talked about, we have a theater that's not within that district. We've got some agenda items tonight as far as restaurants and things like that. There's no restaurants inside that district. And so, if we were a little bit more patient, would we be able to incorporate more if, we looked ahead 6 or 7 months down the line? And so, but no, again, I think the workshop's a great idea, so definitely in favor of that.
And one thing I'll tell you that, yes, I did get a sense of urgency the last time the chair, Mr. Thompson, spoke to us about getting this done. And I think with the energy that the Arts Commission put into it, we as a council owe it to them to schedule sooner, much sooner than later, to have this workshop and get this, our final questions in order. So I'm not asking for a date right now, but let's think about a date in the future where we've been willing to give an hour outside of our normal meeting hours, where we can sit down and really go through this and come up with our final comments and answers. Okay? Ms. Gooden.
Thank you, Councilmember Kuntz, for providing the feedback, and I can definitely guarantee that we will, when I say we, being that I'm the liaison for the Arts Commission, we will come ready to answer those questions and be open to hearing what suggestions that you may have or council may have as far as the urgency. Is based on not trying to beat a timeline, but there are things that we do need to put in place as far as having a favorable application. And we would like to have as much time as possible to focus on that and have a successful application going forward. And extending it further would incorporate all the vacancies and everything else that we have, but I want to be mindful that we stay within the guidelines of this agenda item. And so, yes, I agree on scheduling for a future date. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gooden. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to our next item, item 3, citizens input. As usual, each person will have 2 minutes to speak, and as they come to the up to the podium, tell us your name and your full address. Before we get started, though, I was given a number, we did also receive a number of electronic submissions that each of us council members have for our records. But before we move on with the actual cards that we'll be reading off of tonight, there were a number of cards. The majority of the cards actually involved a subject matter that we've been advised by council that we wouldn't be able to speak to tonight. So I'm going to let the city attorney speak to that point. Mr. Hager?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. I was made aware that there had been a disciplinary matter that was taken by one of the directors in the city, and then I was informed also that that employee has appealed that decision of the director, and that matter has to be handled by the city manager. That's one thing. And so keep that in mind as we move. Now I'm going to read you the charter, okay? And the charter says, neither the council or any of its members shall direct or request the appointment of any person to or his removal from office by the city manager or by any of his subordinates. That's exactly what this is. So there's been a number of people that have filled out cards that want to address a matter that's really the sole province of the city manager and not this council, not because I said so, but because you said so, and it's in your home rule charter. Now so that's one thing. You all don't have jurisdiction over this matter. The manager does, but you all do not. The charter goes on to say in the same section, it says, in regard to the administrative or executive duties under the city manager, the council or any of its members shall deal solely with the city manager, and neither the council nor any of its members thereof shall give orders to any subordinate of the city manager, either publicly or privately. Okay? That means you have this is none of your business tonight. Okay? And then I'll go on to further read in the charter in the same section, willful violation, and now if you do so, that'll be willful because you've now been advised that you shan't and cannot participate in this process. A willful violation of the foregoing provisions of this charter by any member of the council shall constitute official misconduct and shall authorize the council by a vote of its majority of its members to expel such offending member from the council if found guilty after a public hearing, and thereby create a vacancy in the place held by the member. That's y'all. So if you continue to participate in this process tonight about this, you'll be in violation of the charter, not written, well, I wrote it, but you all wrote it, and I just put it into words and you adopted it. So I would advise any member of the public, now that's two. The third thing is, guess who gets to be the city attorney at the hearing for the employee? That's me. So if you get up there, I will take down your name, I will make notes of what you say, and depending on what you say, if you're called to the hearing, which you have every right, and the employee has every right for you to appear, I will cross-examine you about what you say tonight. Just a warning, because that's my job. Now, whatever you say, I have the right to call you to that hearing also. So if you say something either adverse or in favor of the employee, I have the ability to have you appear at the hearing and offer your testimony after you have sworn to it. So I would admonish you to be careful. Now, the fourth thing is the employee has all kinds of protections through the HR department, and they adopt rules of procedure and employ those rules of procedure to protect the employee. Your statements tonight, taken out of context, erroneous, will hurt the employee, because now if you speak in favor of that employee and you make a misstatement, now your credibility and the employee's credibility is damaged. I would admonish you not to participate in this process tonight. If you want to participate, which you have every right to, do so when the employee is most protected, and that's when he has a hearing. Mr. Finch will be the hearing officer. So if you were accused of a crime, if you were accused of misconduct, wouldn't you want the person that gets to decide your fate to hear sworn evidence instead of an emotional reaction? Wouldn't you have the opportunity to cross-examine anybody that gets up and stands either for or against the employee? That right to protect your job, to protect your interest. I'm asking you to be very careful about what you get up and say tonight, because there are consequences to what you may say, good, bad, or indifferent. And with that, I would suggest that anybody that has signed up to speak on this topic of an employee disciplinary matter think twice before they do so.
Okay, with that, Mr. City Attorney, and thank you for that. Those cards where it was specifically called out that was a subject matter they wanted to talk to have been set aside. So we'll keep those as a matter of record. There are 3, however, that don't indicate. They say they want to speak on during the citizens forum on a matter not on the agenda, but they don't specify. So so that we avoid any conflict with what the attorney's instructed, I'm going to call out the names, and if your comments were meant to be about this issue that he's advised us against, please let me know by a show of hand, and we'll set your card aside. Miss Erica Browning.
Happy New Year. Erica Browning, 442 East Cherry Street. I have a couple of comments. One is about the cultural district. I'm really in favor of it. And I do understand that there are very serious and specific reasons why the boundaries have been limited. However, this is just my opinion. The culture of the city includes our history. And much of what the citizens feel is our history and our culture is Main Street. And the feed store, Ben Franklin, those old houses that one council member mentioned, that's all part of our culture as a city. So if there's any way at all that that can be incorporated, I think that would be very important. The other thing I wanted to speak on is item 5D and E, and that is the beautification grant and the 2 beautification grants. I am so in favor of that. Our banners on the street, they're faded, and when I go to other cities, I notice their banners. I notice if they have flower baskets, and it really adds to the vibrancy of their downtown area, and so I'm very in favor of that. The other thing I wanted to mention is that on 2 occasions recently, citizens emailed comments in for the public comment period, and they were not given to you all as council members. There were reasons, but that's not really appropriate, and I think some inquiry should be made as to how we can make sure that that doesn't happen in the future. Thank you.
Edna Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Edna Rodriguez at 615 Crestline Drive, and I have a couple of points that I would like to speak about. One is my bill. My water bill is still unresolved. I do understand they're working on it. However, I was told I'm still responsible for the bill. Last time I came in, I spoke to you guys about my bill being $3,000, and it's still unresolved. I'm not understanding how can my bill be this much without noticing any damage. So they're saying that it's my fault. I contacted a professional plumber, and they confirmed there's no prior or current leak. Another thing that I wanted to mention, the building across the street from my home, I'm starting to see activity there. I've seen 3 a.m. deliveries, 18-wheelers parked right in front of my home. They park right in front of my home and they block basically the entire street. So when traffic passes by, they have to pass very, very close to my vehicle. There's no space between the traffic to pass by. The last thing that I wanted to speak about is about the inclement weather. Usually our street, it's never treated, like we are left with the snow, or there's no treatment in our street, and I would like to know if there would be any this time for us to be able to go to work or to stores or whatever. And that's it. Thank you.
Twyla Abdullah? Okay, were you here on that subject? Okay, thank you. Carson Abdullah. Same thing, thank you. Robbie Robbins? I hear. Robbie Robbins? Justin Edwards?
Thank you, Mayor Contreras, and Happy New Year to Council. My name is Reese Edwards, and I live at 226 Mizell. So I want to speak on three subjects. First, I want to thank y'all again for passing the landscaping ordinance for the city of Duncanville, so we have not only a traditional lawn ordinance, but now we have passed a landscaping ordinance. I want to say on record that y'all please, as you're coming and going, please encourage citizens in your district to consider doing a landscaping ordinance that can now be recognized by Keep Duncanville Beautiful. So that's my first point. Secondly, I would like for you to now consider something else that will also keep our city beautiful, and that is a ordinance potentially offering an option for citizens to have the place to put their leaves that are not on the curb. And you got to consider what's the best for our environment, best for the beauty of our city, to put our leaves in bags to sit on the curb where they can be blown around with events like coming this weekend and being tossed and fro, for them to be put in a landfill, or for them to be used by other citizens, or have a place to put them that's beside the landfill. So I would recommend for us to start the process in the coming future to make it against an ordinance to put bags of leaves on our curb to just clutter our landfills. And then finally, I would like to thank you on a positive note for all your work with the LAD initiative. Each and every one of you on this board have taken a part in that, and I want to thank you for all you've done behind the scenes to make that happen. And so the last thing I want to address to you is now we have a tentative plan to be voted on in the future, but now we got to focus on those phases and how it's going to be funded. So paper is good, but now we're going to turn paper into three-dimensional structures in the next coming years. So I want on how we're going to turn plans to action. So please consider that. So thank you again for all you do for our city, and happy 2025.
Okay, that concludes our citizens' input for this evening. We'll move on to consent.
Advised against doing it, but you're mandating that we don't speak?
It's not under a threat, it's just under a consequence.
Okay, but we still have an option, or no? It sounded like no.
I don't run the meeting, the mayor does.
Is this on the issue that we discussed, that the attorney discussed with us?
Yes, sir.
Let me pull your card. Your name, please.
Ralph Thompson, 660 Park.
Okay, is there someone else back there that wants to speak too? Okay, you're the only one?
What?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and make this decision then, since the attorneys advised me it's under my my decision to do this. Given the fact that it is a HR issue, and those issues within the city are very sensitive in nature as far as discussion or divulging information, and so with that, I'm going to say no to the request to speak on this issue. And if you want to address my comments about this, you can contact me directly or contact the city manager and let him know. But I just don't want to venture into an area that I know for a fact is highly sensitive area when you're dealing with an employee issue and HR. So I'm going to play it safe and say we're going to have to hold back on comments about that. But thank you for asking. Okay, with that, that is the conclusion of our citizens' input. We're going to move on to consent. Item number 4, consent agenda, which we discussed, city manager discussed with us in the work session. Do I have comments or motion?
Move to approve.
Move to approve. Motion to
Second.
approve by Councilman Kuntz, second by Councilman McBurnett. Please vote. Okay, unanimous. Now we move on to item 5, items for individual consideration. We've not had executive session at this point, so there's no action to be taken. Move to item 5B. City Council to hold a public hearing on a request for an amendment to the Wheatland Plaza Plan Development. Request for PD amendment to Wheatland Plaza. Mr. Barrera?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Happy New Year. So before I get into my presentation, I just want to let everybody know, or for that matter, share with everyone that this evening we're our intention is to present the request, the details of the request, but we're not going to be asking for council approval of any resolution or any document approving the amendment. If anything, we're just going to seek direction on preparing the necessary documents to bring back in 2 weeks for formal review and consideration. So I just want to share that with you before we got into the presentation. The other part is, and if it's okay with City Council, I'd like to kind of give you the overview of the request and then hand over the pointer and the mic over to Mr. Anderson to talk about the second part of the request, and just to kind of tell a little bit about the story, and then we can open it up for discussion again if council's okay with that approach.
So we're not having a public hearing?
Yes.
Clear as mud. All right. Yes, city manager.
If I could, counsel, so this is a process we'd like to follow for not just this application, but all future applications wherein it involves really a planning and zoning type process. The reason is we want to make sure that when staff goes back working with the city attorney to interpret your comments, that is clearly reflected in the ordinance. And I think that's one of the things you're going to hear about tonight relative to this situation, is something was changed relative to, at least the applicant's opinion, relative to what was adopted versus what they thought was being adopted. So by following this process, you'll have your conversations, you'll give the city attorney and staff direction, and you will actually see a fully documented ordinance to vote on in the future for this application, as well as other P&Z applications that are coming before you.
You may continue.
Yes, thank you. And just to add to that, if you don't mind, what we'd like to do moving forward, and this wasn't a complete example, but it's a partial example of the direction that we're going to be going in. But moving forward, what we'd like to do and include in your packet is a copy of the approved meeting minutes from the Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as the approved conditions of approval for the specific item that you can have to reference. So a similar situation, similar process with the Planning and Zoning, in that they would conduct a public hearing, deliberate, and maybe recommend a motion of approval or denial based on the request, and then 2 weeks later, we would ask them to approve the meeting minutes and the conditions of the approval, so then we can bring that forward and present that to you in the form of a public hearing.
Mr. Burr, were those, the minutes that you're referring to, are those the August minutes?
No, in this, using this, we would have, because of the timing and certain things that happened with this case, the meeting minutes would be the meeting minutes of the public hearing that occurred last week, December 30th, when this was presented. When this was presented last week, December 30th, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed amendment by a vote of 3-2. So now I will go over the amendments, and we'll leave it open for questions if that's okay with that approach.
Yes.
All right. So here what you have is just an aerial picture, and in the green is depicting where the subject property is located. Here you have the zoning designation. The blue indicates that this is a planned district. And here are the list of 5 changes, proposed changes to the currently approved plan development ordinance for the Wheatland Plaza. And I'll go through them one by one. The first request is to consider including all the uses in the original base zoning prior to the adoption of the plan development, which the base zoning was the LOR base zoning, and include all the uses that are, for that matter, as permitted uses in LOR to be included within the list of permitted uses within the plan development ordinance. So that's the request number 1. Request number 2 is to include these uses: childcare facility, daycare, community center, public, library, lodge, and civic club, where those uses in the LOR district require a specific use permit, to require them as straight out permitted uses in the list of planned development for Wheatland Plaza. This is one that Mr. Anderson and I discussed, that this request is no longer pertinent, and there's no need to amend. This section is basically asking for consideration of any new uses that get added on in the future to the LOR zoning list of permitted uses to also automatically be applicable to the PD list, and vice versa, that those uses that get removed from the LOR list of permitted uses to be considered as grandfathered in if a certificate of occupancy has been already issued for those uses in the center. And these are just drawings of the proposed densities and heights that were approved per the PD. One noted change in the plans now is that the current ordinance allows him to go up to 3 stories or 30 feet with the residential units. He's actually going to be going to 20 feet or 2 stories, and actually going to make them lower units. As a result, also decreasing the number of densities for the residential component or of what's considered phase 2 of this center. And at this point, I'll hand over the pointer and the mic to Mr. Anderson, and he'll walk you through the other slides.
Thank you, Victor. I'm Monty Anderson at 1210 Greenleaf. I wanted to just take you through, what we started with and where we are today. And I'm really disappointed we're not gonna have, you're telling me we're not gonna take action tonight, right? We're not gonna take action on this. And I've been waiting since August because of miss zoning and stuff not on my part, and I'm having to wait 2 more weeks, and this is really, it's really hurting me bad. So here's where we started. This is the shopping center as you see it. These are some of the drawings that you saw when we first did the zoning. This shows where the future building pad is, and what's more of this is for the public to see that we haven't really changed anything from the beginning where we started at. In the very beginning, these are drawings. I mean, these are slides from the original zoning that we did back 2 years ago, and you know, all the zoning that you have in the city starts with a base, and the local retail base. And I thought that local retail base was there. I mean, it was there in the documents I have, and it was there, and somehow it didn't get put into the ordinance. So, you know, I feel like this is a cleanup more than it is a change, except that I'm taking the opportunity to downsize the townhome area in density and in height. In the beginning, our current zoning allows us to put 51 units in here and renovate the commercial space and increase the green space. And it talks about parking and kiosk and all of these things. We're going to be down to 16 units, and they're 2-story or lower. Just a site plan, just to show you just a diagram of the area. Another one here. These diagrams are still relevant. You know, this work is still going on. The metal work will come off the buildings, and that's back by the laundromat as you come in from the neighborhood behind you. This is just the front area. Just wanted to show the demonstration wall where the mural is. That's got the small restaurants all along there, and those we're getting ready to start those, you know, as we speak. Major improvements. We probably won't see any of the micro kiosk along the front. Significant things that we've already done with our agreement with the Economic Development Corporation. We've completed all the items on the list from the Economic Development task. And one of them was the stormwater capturing of the green space in the front. And if you go over and watch it rain, you can watch the water just slowly run off, which really helps our flooding. And so all of that's worked the way it is. It's supposed to work. This is the original site plan. As you see here, and that shows that building E is where the townhomes go, and it allowed the front to be 3-story and then the back to be 2-story. As you can see, there's no buildings around the outside. Some of the neighbors around us thought we were building buildings up against their properties, and we weren't. You know, there's no new buildings being built against the residential neighborhood. This was the original box, you know, where the residential goes, and this is what the original drawings look like. You can see the 3-story on the left there and 2-story on the right. We're again taking that down, and there was the original site plan or floor plans, and that's what it was going to look like when we started. And so currently, you've seen we started with the property after we got the tenants out that didn't have COs, and some of them that were just not good. We went down to 28% occupancy, and today we're at 95% leases. They're not 95% occupied yet, but we're at 95% leased and moving forward to finish up. And you see, we didn't only just come in with new occupants, we kept our legendary tenants like Big Mike's and some of those that are culturally significant in our community, I think. And one of the things that we did that's it's interesting is we took those long spaces, those long retail spaces, and in our previous zoning allowed us to cut those in half. And so we got spaces in the front that are smaller because the retail these days is a lot smaller than it used to be in the past. And so we have these little studios sticking out the back. If you think about this project, it's like Main Street. This is like we're trying to recreate Main Street, and Main Street of old was about 20 or 25% retail. And then Main Street had, you know, government office and attorney offices and insurance offices, things like that. So this retail center, we're trying to really reflect what would happen on Main Street. This is one of the back area that if you've been up there lately, you'll notice a garden. And this, I know some of you have because I've toured some of you in the back. There's a garden back here now, and it really looks beautiful when the neighbors are looking at the property. In the beginning, we started off with we got zoning to do some hotel rooms, some boutique motel rooms in the back. That's changed. We're going to be doing a whole lot less of that than we started with. So about 6 rooms back there. I would call them, high-end Airbnbs is what I would call them. And that's what they look like. The ones on the top are the ones we will build. Those connect to the collab space. The ones on the left is where the daycare's got to go. So the daycare will go on that side, and I wouldn't allow daycare to come here unless they had real grass to run on and really real play yard to get out and work in. And if you looked up there, you see something that's really special in our playground. It's not quite finished, but it's really close. These are just examples of what it looked like in the back. This is the front facing Wheatland where the mural is, and this is still pretty accurate about what it's going to look like with the new restaurants that'll go in. Some of you know this already. We're going to move Kim and Jenny's from the location they're at up to the front corner here. And then we've got somebody else that wants to go back into their space. And then we've got an Indian restaurant we're finalizing a deal with, and barbecue restaurant and a salad and sandwich place ready to come in also. All small, they're all small takeout, but some seating. Kim and Jenny's will be enhanced seating and really look like a retro diner in the future. And that's just some of the way the spaces will look inside. And this is just some of this area. We've widened the fire lane right there where you see that white car. The fire marshal asked us, he didn't demand it to us, but he asked us to cut the building off, and we did, and made it wider where we actually created a better fire lane. And just another example. And this is part of the presentation from the last week. I'm not going to go into this very much, that we won the award for with the Greater Dallas Planning Council. And again, if you look across the bottom, medical, hospitality, townhomes, co-working, restaurant, retail, service, education, and municipal uses. That's just like Main Street. So that's just like, and you can see the way the townhomes look. You can see where they're at now. There's a lot less. There's 16 of those, and they will be for sale. Those are for sale townhomes. And this is what this is where we're at with the looks of them. They're going to be really nice townhome. They're going to be nice, or nicer than probably anything that we have as a townhome in this. It's a little upper scale. There's not that many. We have a lot of stuff that's cheap. We need some stuff that's just a little bit better. That's just a floor plan, side view of the floor plans of those townhomes. They all have balconies, and they're going to be really nice. And there's just a photo of the collab. You've seen that, most of you have. In the collab, in the offices, I think we're all full, but 2 now, and then we've made some adjustments here and starting to get open desk visitors in addition. This is the art studio next to Kim and Jenny's, the tattoo studio and art studio, which you can see we raised the level again on the quality of the finish out that we did there. And this is just to remind you of the award that we won the other week and why we won that award from the Greater Dallas Planning Council. And with that, I can answer any questions. I need this zoning if you're going to give it to me. If I need it, and I guess if you're not going to vote tonight, I guess, I don't know what to say. I guess I'll have to come back and do this again in 2 weeks. Is that what's going to happen? I don't.
It's not necessarily, no. This is what tonight is, the public hearing and debate. And then after that, if you all are comfortable with the presentation that he's made, and the presentation that staff's made, and you want to approve that recommendation, that'll tell me what to put in the ordinance, and we can put it on. You can close the public hearing, and I can put it on consent agenda, and it gets voted on next.
So it'll be on the consent if they approve it tonight. No, it won't be approved tonight, though.
Let me. Okay, so let's put it. All right. Okay, so we're gonna pause for a moment because we've heard the presentation. Now we're gonna open up the public hearing. So, Johnny. All right, so at this point, we're gonna go ahead and open up the public hearing. And council members? Apologize. 8:23. 33.
Sorry, our 8:34.
You get that, Ms. City Secretary? Okay, we're good to go. Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay. All right. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and ask anyone that's in favor of this issue that's brought before us under this public hearing to come forward. Anyone in favor? To speak in favor of this issue brought forward. All right, none seen. Anyone opposed to this item, step forward. Name and address. Anyone opposed to this item? Seeing none.
Make a motion to close.
Motion to close the public hearing by
Second.
Councilman McBurnett, seconded by Councilman Kuntz. Please vote. All right, the public hearing is now closed at 8:36. Councilman Kuntz.
So basically all we're doing here is bringing back all the local office retail uses as a base zoning.
Yes. Now, there were some things that were discussed at P&Z about, there are some things that I don't know that you would allow in there. I don't necessarily think that Mr. Anderson wants in there. Under LOR zoning, you can have a cell tower, you can have a huge antenna. I don't know that those are uses. What Mr. Anderson is asking for is basically that you give a base zoning to this PD of LOR. In the future, if you add LOR uses to the list of permitted uses in an LOR district, if he has that base zoning, then he would be allowed to use those uses as of right. And then he's asking you to add to that, and you don't know what those are going to be, those 5 categories of uses that Mr. Barrera put up on the screen: the civic club, the daycare, and Mr. Anderson thinks that those are really more clarification than interpretation, and so, or additions, and so he's asking that we specifically set forth those 5 additional uses, reduce the height on the residential from 3 stories to 2 stories, and that's basically his request. The P&Z did take out civic clubs. It's in the staff report to allow those. It's in Mr. Anderson's request to permit those, a lodge or a civic club. 2 of the members had an objection to civic clubs.
Mr. Barrera.
And they were concerned that it was too broad and that it might include a social or civic club, might include card playing or some other group activity which was not necessarily civic-minded but restricted and not maybe as wholesome as other uses. And so that was their objection. But it's within your province, obviously. You can see the list up there that's listed the 4 things that he's asked for to be added in.
Mr. Barrera, I want to ask, because I printed out a copy of the red line version that was in our electronic submittal on this particular item. Didn't check to look back, but it printed in black and white, so I can't see the red lines. But I think it's important that we understand those red-lined items were added in at the request of the applicant because, and I don't want to get into the dispute, but because of a belief that they should have been in there in the beginning. So I think it's important that we establish in this discussion, and is this it, the screen you have up right now? Are those the red line items, the only red line items that we have? I don't think so, but I'm going to start there.
No, those are not the only red light items. Those are the main items because we have interest from these type of uses in various locations within the center. So those are the ones that, if anything else, we need to get addressed to properly allow a daycare, allow an after-school program, and also a DMB facility.
Okay, to the best of your recollection, and Mr. Anderson, you can answer as well, what other items other than these were part of the red line items? Again, I apologize, I printed it, but I can't identify them.
So in your packet, we provided an analysis of what are the uses that are allowed by right in the LOR and the uses that are allowed by right in PD.
What I'm referring to is the ordinance itself, the red line ordinance. You're pointing to a chart.
The chart has red line.
But I'm wanting to know in the red line version that we got, the ordinance, do you have that with you?
What I have with me is the original approved ordinance.
Okay, there's a general statement under section 2C that says allowed uses with the PD, and this is the red line version, shall include all uses allowed in the LOR zone as well as uses as follows. So to start with, we're trying to capture that because it wasn't there apparently before, the language to state that everything in LOR should be a part of this ordinance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So then it goes down and they show some specific, I think these are the ones you have up here, and they are the 4. There's a reference to all non-residential buildings. I'm not worried about that right now. All uses permitted under the existing use chart at the time this ordinance was adopted shall remain permissible for the duration of the planned development district. Could you explain that paragraph to us?
Sure, that if there's any changes in the list of permitted uses, that the city considers those uses as still legal and grandfathered.
A legal non-conforming.
Correct.
Okay. Were there any other red line changes that were necessary to satisfy what you believe to be the original agreement?
I don't believe so. I'm thinking that childcare and the motor, DMV's office use, the after school, to me, those are in LOR, but they wanted them spelled out, so it's clear.
All right,
And that's
with this rendition, if we address this as soon as possible, you'll be satisfied that you've got it to where you believed you should have been.
That's right, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you.
And on the Civic Club, just, it doesn't matter. Or the social club to me, you can take it out of me, Pete.
Can we take the event center out?
The event center?
No, I'm kidding. Councilman Kuntz.
We're not gonna have one. We're not gonna have enough room for one. So,
Okay.
but there might be a case for a small event center that might be decent, but
We won't argue that
Yeah.
tonight. Okay, Councilman Kuntz.
Thank you, Mayor. So, my understanding is when we did this the first time, there was something we overlooked. That, probably shouldn't even be having this conversation if we would have kept the base zoning there and had that conversation then. And so it kind of seems like, again, this is sort of a cleanup. But there was a couple of, so you mentioned Mr. Anderson. So you're referring to the townhomes, and just so we're aware, this might be something we need to add in there. Is that that's not allowed, at least in this document that I have in front of me. Those not allowed either by SUP or by right, townhomes.
What's
so we
that?
might want to add that use in there.
I think,
In there.
I think townhomes fits in multifamily.
I mean, it's specifically,
plan
yeah,
development.
it says townhomes distinguishes townhomes from other multifamily. So maybe we want to put that in there. Just
I think that's a very good point, to be more
Okay.
specific about what you're gonna put in there.
Yeah, I mean, you can say townhomes if you want. I mean, townhomes fits under multifamily. There's typically not a townhome. I don't think you have a townhome.
Since the issue has been debated a lot in front of this council, I think to be more specific wouldn't hurt. It's just a matter of adding it in there. Okay. And that's just my, go ahead, Mr. Kuntz.
the city attorney, could we add that loud use in there by right? It's
Townhomes?
yeah, it's distinguished. I mean, it's in our zoning ordinance, it's there, and it doesn't have anything right now. So if we can include that, and then
To some extent, it's already there because you've approved the site plan, you've approved,
just to be sure.
I understand.
If somebody says, why does he have townhomes there, it's not allowed, then we can say, yeah, it is. And then also,
Go ahead.
sorry, and then
No, go ahead.
also, I know you've referred to the park space in the back, and so that was something else we might want to put in there that I saw that wasn't allowed by right or even within the PD.
Which is landscaping, wasn't it?
It was part of the original PD approval.
Okay.
Yeah, it was landscaping.
Sorry. It was part of the original PD, the landscaping back there was. It's on the original site plans and everything.
It's a
Put a
plot of,
merry-go-round in there or
plot of
something.
natural grass and a number of, 4-inch caliper trees you put in?
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know why we would want to do anything with it, because I think it's already part of that. It's already been approved. You have a building we have permits on it. I mean, it's built.
I would agree, that's already been
It's part of
addressed.
the landscaping.
Are you
Well,
okay with that?
I'm fine either way. I just want to make sure for the applicant, when somebody says, how come you put a park in there, it's not allowed under the PD. There's
think
no,
it's an
there's no
area
black
where-
dot right there,
I probably should call it what it is, more than a park. I mean, I call a park anything with grass and trees. And really, it is really landscaping. But it is a park that it's got its landscaping that can be used for kids to play in and for people to sit in, and, it's,
I mean, if you're okay with the way it is, I'm okay.
yeah, I'm okay with it.
Councilwoman Gooden?
So seldom do I get confused, but, so I want to make sure I understand. You thought that you had the base zoning of an LOR with the PD on top of that, which would have included all of the things that you're adding to be changed. Are you adding it to come back to an LOR and then have the PD added on top of it? Or are we sticking with the PD and then having additional things added to the PD? Is that what we're doing?
Right, there.
We're still,
These items right here were not included before, and we're adding these back in addition to the LOR language.
okay. But a child care facility was already permitted?
No,
No.
no, so that's why they're putting it in now. The child care facility has been completed and ready to open for operation through some confusion. I don't want to get into that tonight. That didn't happen. So primarily, we're here tonight to get that moving forward so they can open that child care center if the council approves it. And assuming that does happen, they can get that started and get the child care facility owners to start bringing in some business.
Okay, because they've already made the investment and they need to get a return on that investment pretty much that they've already
Yeah,
made.
yeah, and again, not to get too far into it, but the confusion happened at a point when that it was became apparent that a special use permit was needed, and rather than go through the special use permit by adding it in here as part of the PD, then that was covered. It took longer than anticipated to get from there to here. I think their intentions were to open in November. And again, I'm not blaming anybody at this point. I'm just
Right,
stating
we
the
passed
order
that.
that it was brought to my attention in. So we got through that, but then November, then December, and now we're going a little bit ahead. So anything we can do to review this carefully, understand what we're going to approve or disapprove, and move forward will be to the benefit of the applicant, so that we can get this behind us. And this isn't a rush job. I think everything
Right.
here has got to be looked at very carefully. But I
So-
don't think it's anything we didn't know about. It just wasn't in there.
So, Mr. City Manager, have whatever caused the confusion, have we addressed that in moving forward in our new policies or procedures to correct this from happening again?
So I think, I can't really speak to what happened, I think it was 2 years ago. But the process that Director Barrera has laid out to you, both planning and zoning and the city attorney, as well as working through these processes with city council. And I believe it's actually a process that the city attorney recommended that another municipality he uses does, so that you would give clear direction in terms of where you stand with the matter, and then he would prepare an ordinance that you would come back on and vote, and then that way it's crystal clear for everybody, so.
So, thank you. I didn't see the minutes because we're in holiday time, so minutes have not been done, understand that. Then I tried to watch the video to hear the P&Z meeting, and audio was a concern. I just basically want to know, the vote was 3-2, and you probably said this. What was the concern with the two? Is there something that we're missing?
So the
consider.
concern was from those two that voted against it were the uses, the lounge and the civic club. They weren't
That's
comfortable
right, you
with
did
that. Later on, we found out that if it had become a situation where those were removed from the list, from the request, they would have approved it, but by that time, the motion had been made and the vote had been placed. At the public hearing, we did not receive, there were no members of the audience that were present that spoke either for or against the amendments. We did receive a letter from a resident objecting to the request, but did not provide any reason for the objection. And we shared that with the commission.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Anderson, you mentioned just a few seconds ago that removing the lodge or civic club wasn't an issue for you? Okay. Further questions?
I have one issue,
Yes, sir.
and I want to be clear. LOR district permits a wireless communication tower. Are you okay with that? Monty, are you okay with that? Council, are you okay with that? Because that's one thing that if they got put up and it looked hideous, I would suggest that the room would be full of citizens that may have to look at that 300-foot communication tower or 200-foot communication tower at this location.
But I have a suggestion, if you don't mind. I have a suggestion, because there may be a time where you wanted one as a city. I don't plan on putting one there, but why don't you make that as an SUP? I mean, exclude it as an SUP instead of just, if you want to remove it,
You really don't
remove
need
it.
an SUP in a PD.
We just strike
You can
it?
change the uses
You okay if
whenever
we
you
just strike
want.
that out?
Strike it. I don't ever plan on putting
Okay,
a cell tower in
Mr.
there,
Burr, will you
as
make a
long as
note of
I
that,
have it.
please? That we're gonna
Got
strike
it.
that from the,
I got
from
it.
the,
That's
okay.
why I wanted, because it's the one thing that really didn't get addressed at the P&Z meeting that could be a problem later on.
Yes,
The
and
only thing
I appreciate you bringing it up again. You had mentioned that earlier, and I forgot about it, so thank you.
Got it.
Okay. Okay, so,
Mayor and Council Mayor, so what I heard is you like the recommendation of staff, you like the recommendation from P&Z, and I will bring back an ordinance that reflects all the changes that Mr. Barrera made, that you've suggested be made, and I'll take out communication tower as a list of permitted uses in a LOR district. So the
That will be
the
brought to us
base,
at what meeting?
yeah, so there'll be a base zoning on the property in addition to the list of permitted uses as amended tonight to include townhomes and include 3 of those 4 items that you suggested, eliminating communication tower, and that'll be the ordinance.
Council, anything further?
That'll be a consent agenda item, so we won't need no public hearing.
No public
Wanna do
hearing,
this again,
public
right?
hearing's closed, and we'll bring back, and the manager may put it on consent agenda. If you wanted to discuss it some, you may do so, and remove it from consent and put it on for individual consideration.
Clear. So there's a consensus from all of you that this is good. Is that right? I mean, I'm
Well,
guessing.
we can't tell you how we're going to vote
But if
that
there's
night.
the consent, if there's,
consensus-
how can it go to the consent agenda? I guess it can go there without a public hearing at that time, but I've got to wait, and
There's
I've got to
no
wait
more
2 more
public
weeks.
hearings. Public hearing's over.
But I got to wait 2 more weeks to know whether, whether.
You
this
don't
is-
know now, you're never gonna know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Okay, then you're never gonna know.
that's the unfortunate part about this, is that we have to schedule it at our next available meeting, so that's when it'll be done. I think you heard that there's been a favorable response to some of the changes that are being made, but until we vote, we don't know.
Okay, but it will be on the next 2
Yes,
weeks?
yes.
Will be on the next.
Absolutely, thank you.
21st.
I will share with Mr. Anderson a draft of the ordinance before we put it on the agenda, so he has an opportunity to review it, provide comments, and we can work through that before it's up for public review and approval.
Outstanding, thank you.
So I'll coordinate that.
Thank you. Mr. Brewer. All right, appreciate it. All right, we're going to move on to item 5C, City's Insurance Service Office Rating Review. Mr. Barrera.
Yes, thank you very much. This evening, what you have is a grant request from the fire department to give them the ability to hire a consultant to evaluate certain systems, really with the intent of improving the city's insurance service officer rating. The task altogether is a task of $18,000 to hire the consultant to do a series of evaluations and studies and so forth. The city's current ISO rating is a Class 2, but what we're really trying to do with this is obtain a Class 1. The thought is that by achieving a class rating of 1, we might be able to put ourselves in a position where we're decreasing insurance premiums for commercial establishments by approximately 2% and possibly decreasing our ratings for residential structures by 1%. This grant request was presented to the DCEDC, on November 24th, and after the presentation, the board unanimously approved the grant request. That's all that I have regarding this matter.
Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you. I just want to make a general comment because this is really a roadmap of trying to improve your fire service and that stuff. So it's a relatively cheap investment. And I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Councilman McBurnett, second by Councilman Pennebaker. Please vote. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Brewer, you're going to be here for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next item is going to be item D, 5D, beautification grant for banner replacement project.
Yes, thank you. This item and the next item, I'm actually going to hand over to our new Economic Development Coordinator, Marcela Perez. She handled these 2 grant applications, presented them to the DCEDC, and put the staff report together and resolutions for tonight's meeting. So I will ask her to come up to the podium and present the next 2 items.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here before you tonight, so thank you for having me. I will be presenting some of the background and history, and I also have Assistant Parks Director Tyler Gee here, who will help to finish out the presentation and answer any questions you may have before we move on to the next item. So just some background, and I believe that these items were presented to you a few months ago, so this should be a continuation of that original presentation. But the Parks Department came to the DCEDC with a grant request for banners that would, a little bit of the background is the existing streetlight banners are 7 years old with significant wear and tear. They are detracting from the desired aesthetic for the Main Street and Wheatland Road corridor, and they would like to reflect instead the vibrant community of Duncanville. The importance of these banners are to enhance the visual appeal of public spaces. The seasonal banners would create instead a welcoming atmosphere for residents and visitors alike and contribute to our community and economic development corporation's goals. The project request includes the purchase and install of 75 new banners and corresponding equipment. There are 4 seasonal designs that have been proposed. The first surrounding the holidays that would be displayed from November to January. The second, Keep Duncanville Beautiful, themed surrounding that program that would be displayed February to April. Then the Hometown Champions banner theme from May to July. And lastly, a City of Champions banner theme from August to October. And again, the goals of this project are to enhance the streetscape, showcase Duncanville's commitment to beautification and civic engagement, and use high-quality materials to reduce the ongoing maintenance needs. And the Streetscape Banner Program the grant request was presented to the DCEDC at the regular November 25th, 2024 board meeting, and that motion did carry 5-0. And now I will hand it over to Tyler.
Evening, Council. Tyler Agee, Assistant Director for Parks and Recreation. What you see before you is the proposed program scope of where the banners will be on Main and Wheatland. The both highlighted routes are Encore light poles that will be displayed seasonally. Each one of these banners, as you see, will be displayed seasonally, outlined by the schedule that Marcella just proposed. If you note that the Hometown Champions banners were only along Wheatland, there is a plan if we get more applicants. We plan to roll that program out, get some marketing material out. If we have more applicants that want to participate, then we can extend that program along Main as well. The financial details around this request. So we requested $11,390 from DCEDC under the beautification grant. The cost breakdown for this was new seasonal banners. They were $8,235 for 75 banners featuring modern, vibrant designs. Mounting equipment, so since the banners are slightly larger in size than the ones we currently have, we needed to get new mounts and new pole standards for them. All of them are in line with Encore standards for the streetlight poles. Shipping cost was $405 to get them here in time, and then installation costs, should we decide, we didn't include an actual installation cost amount, only because we in-house those operations now, but if we do plan to expand the program to other streets, Camp Wisdom, other roads, we may need to look at outsourcing some of those things just because we wouldn't be able to suffice that program throughout the whole city. Funding justification, so we feel like this project aligns with DCEDC's focus on enhancing Duncanville's business corridors and public spaces, and then a long-term investment in the city's visual identity and community appearance. The implementation and timeline for this. So we were approved in December for the funds for this program. We plan to purchase this month. Once we procure the supplies and banners, we can start to input them. So we already have our HORT crew and our project manager on board ready to go ahead and put those banners up and have everything up and running. We'll have the first installation of banners hopefully up in March. Is when we'll start with the Hometown Heroes banners. Execution of this plan, we plan to ensure that compliance with all city ordinances and Encore regulations, maintain safe traffic operations and proper installation standards of those banners each quarter. And then some of our success indicators would be positive feedback from the community on the enhanced streetscape, improved visual appeal of Main Street and Wheatland, supporting local businesses and civic pride, and then requests for expansion of the program to other streets such as Daniel and Camp Wisdom. Any questions?
Mayor.
Motion to approve.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say that. Second
We have a motion, we have a motion by Councilman McBurnett and a second by Councilwoman Karen Cherry Brown. No. All right, let's vote. Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Oh, we still got the second one. Marcel, you're still up. Item E, beautification grant for banner replacement project.
Yes, sir. A little bit of the background on this. The intention here, of course, is to support the downtown corridor, which has already, which already features a number of local businesses, historic charm, pedestrian-friendly streets. The downtown corridor has strong potential for increased foot traffic and business engagement, and the adding the hanging planter baskets would just enhance the aesthetic to the curb appeal. The decorative light poles, they would hang from the decorative light poles, the existing. Project scope, of course, the basket beautification program aims to enhance the downtown corridor by installing 12 hanging flower baskets on the existing light poles as mentioned along Main Street between Davis and Center Streets. The why, again, overall is just to enhance the overall appeal, making it more vibrant, introducing seasonal floral displays, and just making it more visually appealing to the existing businesses, existing visitors, but also hopefully to attract outside visitors and guests. Which is in a way also to support those businesses by enhancing their immediate environments and sustainability goals. These planters, I know were specifically chosen to utilize drought-tolerant and native plant species and to ensure environmental responsibility, reducing the maintenance costs. And they would be strategically placed to complement the existing streetscape features. And again, this grant request was also presented at the regular November 25th, 2024 EDC board meeting and was approved with a motion that was carried 4-1.
As you see before you, this is the proposed site map for those hanging flower planter baskets, along with a kind of a AI rendering of what the downtown corridor could look like with some other photos from some other cities. You see the design of the planter baskets. Ideally, we went with a product that was kind of self-watering. We will have to manually refill the water baskets, but ideally we won't have to get up there like every day and turn on water like we do with some of our other plant areas. So we'll fill these up once every week or so, and they will water themselves to keep those plants nourished and vibrant throughout those times. As Marcella did mention, these are going on existing light poles that go throughout the Main Street corridor. So those are the black decorative light poles that are different than the Encore light poles. So what we'll do is attach brackets to them and hang the flower baskets parallel to Main Street so they're not protruding into the street. But people can still see them from cars as well as walking in that downtown district. The financial details of the request, we asked for $4,960 under the landscape grant program. Cost breakdown for this program was materials and installation for 12 hanging flower baskets to go on the 12 decorative poles, seasonal plants, a mix of perennial and seasonal flowers to ensure year-round appeal, watering, pruning, and periodic replacement of those flowers would just be something that we in-house, again, because we maintain that area already. Justification would be, we feel that this project also aligns with the DCEDC's goal of enhancing curb appeal and supporting the downtown revitalization, cost-effective and sustainable with the use of drought-tolerant plants, and then it leverages existing infrastructure such as the light poles, reducing additional cost. The economic impact would be increased foot traffic and business activity in the downtown corridor, and then long-term value in creating a vibrant and more attractive downtown for residents and visitors. Implementation and timeline for this project, again, we were approved in December for the funding. Once you all, if you all approve, we will begin purchasing the materials for this project this month. Installation in February with the baskets and materials for that. And then we should have our first batch of plant or vegetation in those baskets vibrant by March. Execution of this plan would ensure compliance with city and street ordinances and traffic safety regulations. Ongoing maintenance would be scheduled regularly to water and care for to keep up the basket's health and the plant health and visually appealing. And we will be using drought-tolerant material and native plants to minimize water consumption and then maintenance cost. Some key success indicators of this project would be positive community feedback on the beautification efforts, increased activity and economic engagement in the downtown area, and then sustainable and visually appealing streetscape maintained throughout the year. Any questions?
Councilman Kuntz?
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, so I'm really excited about this as well, so I appreciate you bringing this to us. And, you know, that if you go back to the picture that we had there,
Sure.
So, you know, we got a lot of work to do. If that's what Ben Franklin's going to look like, you know, we got a lot of work to do with Ben Franklin. But I do want us to note that the flower baskets are there, but there's also some other landscaping that's taking place. And so I hope, you know, this is exciting, not just about the baskets, but just heading in the direction of increasing the green space and trying to eliminate some of the, I think they're called heat maps, you know, just places where there's just nothing green. It's just, so one or two questions. So did KDB have an opportunity to discuss this yet?
I don't believe it was brought to them. I think we took this directly to EDC to get funding approval. But they will probably be participating in it because they do a cleanup, and I think they have a plot right across the street from that area. So
yeah, so after hopefully we approve tonight, that maybe, you know, KDB can take a look at it, because I'm sure they could bring a lot to this as well, as far as, you know, maybe what kinds of plants and things like that, and then also where will we source the plants, because I know we've got locally some greenhouses and.
Absolutely. So we currently try to source all of our materials locally. So Cox Farms, Roki Farms, we look pretty much locally for a lot of our plant material. So we would definitely allow them to bid on those things and request quotes from those areas as well. So
thank you.
No problem.
Councilman McBurnett?
Thank you. I had a curious question. If you go back to the key indicators, or key success, yeah, how are you going to measure increased activity and economic engagement in the downtown area by putting up planters?
So we currently have a platform, Placer AI, that does track foot traffic throughout the city. Using key points we can put into that software and ideally get foot traffic from one date to the next to see increase or decrease in the amount of people that are coming to those areas.
Okay. Well, like Councilmember Kuntz, I think this is a good thing. I also want to make a comment. We have a large Main Street, and I hope that this is a segment that might actually go into something further and make a motion to approve.
Councilman Veracruz?
Thank you, Mayor. I get it wrong every time, but Be My Legacy, is that it?
See My Legacy.
See My Legacy. Is this something that we could possibly implement into that at some point and maybe grow it like Councilmember McBurnett?
I'm definitely not taking it off the table. I believe during the presentation to DCEDC, they expressed some interest in also funding additional projects like this. So I'm definitely open to putting it on See My Legacy and then bringing it back to DCEDC for more funds.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'll second that, Mayor.
Councilman McBurnett made a motion to approve, seconded by Councilman Veracruz. Please vote. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to item 5F. Mr. Barrera is back to talk about the design incentive grant for Cortina Worldwide.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I am back, and I am back to present the next three grant requests. This one is one that had been previously presented, but we're here to provide you an update and really take this opportunity to summarize the development agreement terms. When I had originally presented this, I had presented it as the Encina Restaurant and Matt's Bulky purchasing the property. What's changed since then is that we have now Cortina Worldwide LLC who's purchasing the property, but the managing partner behind this LLC is Matt Bulky. So the request is $300,000 to complete the interior and exterior renovation of the building. The building is 220 North Main Street, just south of the Ben Franklin facility. Here shortly we will provide pictures of the building and its existing condition. This would be the second, if the grant is approved, this would be the second restaurant to open. There's currently one in Bishop Arts District, and this would be restaurant number 2. Both would remain open. In this instance, as with other grant applications, the applicant is asking for the money to be provided to upfront. In order to do that, we have put in the development agreement that the money at the time of closing will be given to the lender, and the lender will be in charge of dispersing those funds as a typical construction draw. This would be a great opportunity for that corridor and these improvements, as it would provide some additional dining opportunity, create jobs, and generate sales tax, water tax, and additional property tax revenue. This is the breakdown of the cost of the proposed improvements. The improvements exceed the staff recommendation of $300,000. If memory serves me correctly, the total cost of the improvements are approximately $306,000, but we left it at $300,000. When this grant request was presented to the DCEDC on October 28th, 2024, they unanimously approved the request at $300,000. The question, when I first presented it, was asked to have ready to share with you is what would be the estimate value of the property after the completion of the renovations. And so the estimated value is $1 to $1.2 million value after $300,000 placed into the building and the acquisition of the building. Right now, it's my understanding that the property is being acquired at a price of $490,000. As far as estimated number of employees, they estimate 27 to 32 employees, and this is all dependent on the hours of operations. The estimated sales volume for year number 1, the estimate is 1.7 million. Year number 2, 2.1 million, and year number 3, 2.4 million. The current agreement is structured as a 10-year forgivable loan, in that every year that the restaurant is open, a portion of the original $300,000 is forgiven. And we also have Matt Bulkey, who is personally guaranteeing the loan in the event that we have to request payback, in the event that the restaurant closes within the 10-year period of time. If the restaurant is open 10 plus years, then the $300,000 that are given for this is forgiven. At this point, I would hand off the presentation over to Mr. Anderson to kind of walk you through the conceptual drawings of the interior, exterior, some of the build-out costs, and he also happens to have Mr. Bulkey on the phone. Mr. Bulkey is out of the country. He took a well-deserved vacation after the busy holiday season. He wanted to be here, but this was just a trip that was planned with the family, and he just couldn't reschedule, but really wanted to be here and make himself available for any questions that council may have regarding this endeavor. So that's it. I'll pass it over to Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Mr. Balky is on the line, if that's okay with y'all, and he's listening. And so if you have a question, then I will relay that question. He can hear, I think he can hear it, and then I'll get you the answer back, if that's okay.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to hear what he has to say, but if it gets cumbersome, then I'd say we need to do that, but.
I'm not quite sure I understand.
We've been through this before, okay, and it becomes kind of a disaster at times, and so I don't want it to be like that. So if it says that, I want to.
I know the project really well. I've helped him put the project together, so I can probably answer it. I just have him here if we need it, if we need him.
Okay.
So maybe we won't even need it here.
All right, let's
So
proceed.
This is the project here is, I'm Monty Anderson at 1210 Greenleaf, for the record, in Duncanville here. So the property is at 220 North Main, which is the old TV shop. The seller is here tonight. Teresa's here, longtime owner, and this is the original fire station in Duncanville. And Matt Balky, and you may have seen this already, and Corey McCombs here are front of the house and back of the house, owner operators, and they will be, one of the other of them will be here operating this restaurant also. They've won many different awards. Matt's a chef he's the kind of guy that's in the kitchen watching you and watching the floor, watching the restaurant. It's not a corporate guy that's going to hire people and have other people here. He's a hands-on kind of guy, open kind of kitchen concept. The project is estimated to be $1,225,000, and we'll have breakdown of that and the cash contribution by him, the amount of the bank loan, and then the grant from you, and at $1,225,000 for a 3,200 square foot building on Main Street in Duncanville. One of the hardship is that it'll probably only appraise for $900,000 or at the most $1 million. So the hardship is the appraisal, getting that appraisal at this time in Duncanville. So this is what it looks like. You all know what the TV shop looks like today, and structurally it's in good condition. She's kept it up all these years. They will occupy the front part and that first door, and then they'll have two small little spaces to lease out. As you can see there, you can see the dining room, the kitchen, and then the two little rental spaces they have. They'll be occupying like 75% of the building. It's just an overhead view of the restaurant. Just some more architectural. Oh, I must have lost him here. Whoops. Okay, the architectural. Some more architectural views of the restaurant, the elevation here. Everything's got to be new. It'll be completely gutted. Everything, air conditioning, electrical, plumbing, everything. this is a part of the building that sticks out. If you notice, that building kind of sets back a little bit, and there's a great little patio place out there, and it'll be a covered patio that you can open the overhead doors. You can see the two overhead doors to resemble a fire, we tried to make it resemble a fire station again. You can't make it really because it's not much is there. It's been chopped up over the years. But you can see that's the area that sticks out. So it'll come out to the same point in the street the other buildings do. And just another view of where you come in the front door, and you can put Fire Department Duncanville as part of the sign up there. You might even put the year, whatever year this was done. And that is that area outside, so it'll be able to be outdoors or indoors. It'll have heat and air, and you can open it up. This just gives you a total, this is the a total amount of renovation costs that will be there, about $650,000. And this $300,000 is what Mr. Barrera was talking about, is the items that are allowable by your grant. This fits the grant request, fits the line items such as asbestos removal, windows and doors, exterior. Most of this is exterior, patio structure, those kind of things, infrastructure items. And that's it. And like I said, he's here, and between the three of us, we should be able to answer any questions that you have. Are you there?
Council members?
Hold on.
Mr. McBurnett?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm excited about this project coming here. I think it's something, a catalyst type project along that line. So the question I end up having relates towards, and City Attorney, that's what I was mentioning to you, right? The construction.
Yes, there was two things that you have previously talked about, and that is that Duncanville would be the tax situs for his catering, so that any catering that was generated would be attributable to Duncanville, so you could recoup some of your sales tax, and that all the remodeling equipment and improvement elements could be designated to be here. So for construction purposes, for sales tax. So.
The money or Mr. Barrera, does that seem workable?
What would that mean? What you said? I don't understand. What would that mean? Tell me.
The tax site is for sales tax generated from all of his catering operations would be designated, the tax situs would be Duncanville.
That's for sure. Yeah, that's because it's done here. And
Okay,
it'll
but
be bought
if he
here and go.
prepared a meal out of his Dallas and it got charged, so the tax situs is here, do you understand that? That's what he's asking.
This will have a full kitchen to prepare. First of all, it's not a catering. I don't know what to answer there. I don't know what it's a full. This is a.
I know it's a full. I know it's
not
a
catering
restaurant.
kitchen.
I know people go there and eat, but restaurants also have catering business on the side, right?
That's not their business, but yes,
They could.
Yeah.
So if they cater a
Yeah, the point of sale will be here for sure.
point of sale.
On all of it.
Point of sale for operations for tax situs will be here.
Yeah, the point of sale will be here in Duncanville.
Okay, so you understand what I mean by that, right? Tax situs is in Duncanville, right? And then if you ship things in and buy them in Frisco, since I live there, and they're shipped and installed here, you could install those and designate, because it's new construction and remodeling construction, designate Duncanville to receive that sales tax as a sales tax situs on new improvements.
So if we bought, let's say, we bought some refrigeration equipment from Waxahachie, they're gonna charge us tax in Waxahachie.
Right.
Not in Duncanville. You're talking, that's what's
That's why
gonna
you have a
happen.
designation to have it delivered and designated here. We do it with new construction all the time.
I don't know, I didn't know you could do that. I don't know how you do that, but, if there's a way, we're gonna buy materials from around the area, you know, and it's,
New construction materials.
Like if you go to Home
You have
Depot
the
and-
right to designate, well, he's not gonna go to Home Depot. He's gonna have a construction company's gonna buy that stuff, and an installer's gonna buy that stuff.
well, a lot of stuff comes from Home Depot. We do it all the time here. I mean, we do, I mean, lots of stuff that comes from,
I can't help you anymore, okay?
I don't understand.
He doesn't understand, and it's not my job to educate him. I understand.
The question that
Figure out how to do that.
Councilman
I don't know how to
McBurnett
do it.
has brought
Never
up.
done it.
is-
I've never done anything like that, so I don't, I mean, it's.
Mr.
it's the
Burr, have
attorney's
you done
asking me
something
to
like
do
that?
Something I don't know how to do or how to.
Okay, excuse me, I'm going to answer right now. I'm going to shift gears back to the attorney. What we have before us is a plan to put a restaurant here in town. Does this question that's been brought up by Councilman McBurnett have any bearing on whether or not, or is this just for informational purposes? It doesn't sound like it's a question. It sounds like it's for informational purposes. If it's not going to impact their operation in Duncanville, can we proceed with the discussion?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and you can get with the attorney afterwards or tomorrow and clarify what is being talked about right now, but I think for the purpose of establishing what we want to do on this project tonight, I think we can move on.
Are we comfortable enough to proceed with the approval of the agreement subject to those minor changes?
Well, we'll find out when we go to vote.
Okay, thank you.
We took an agreement that went back and forth, and he signed it. Y'all haven't signed it, but we signed it and approved it. Attorneys looked at it, and everybody looked at it, and it's signed, and we thought that was ready. We knew you hadn't voted on it, but we thought that legally, we thought that was ready to go, so.
Okay, so I'll put a dose of cumbersome in this. Since Mr. Balke can hear us, supposedly, has he heard the question that Mr. McBurnett has brought up and the attorneys discussed, and is he comfortable with what he's heard to where he doesn't have any issues going forward?
Matt, did you hear all that? The question is if you, they're wanting any construction materials bought to be paid tax here in Duncanville.
What we could do is we could make the changes to the agreement that had been recommended, give Mr. Bulkey an opportunity to review the changes in written form, provide us feedback, and then bring it back, and hopefully when we bring it back, we could place it on the consent
Okay,
agenda.
so we won't make a decision tonight?
If that's okay, I just put that as an option on how to proceed.
Well, I want to make
Is that
sure
okay?
that Mr. Balke's
It's
comfortable.
not okay. We have time constraints on contracts and other things going, and I mean, we're like,
All right,
time
well,
is.
we've got a lot of questions on the table, so let me get to all the questions, and we'll come back to this. Councilman Kuntz?
But take us back up to 50,000 feet. So, as long as I've been on here, we've been talking about revitalizing downtown, getting new restaurants in there. This is an investment. It's a considerable investment, and he's asking for a straight grant, no reimbursement. It seems like at least to me, a pretty good investment into our downtown. What I know about the Encina restaurant, his location in Oak Cliff, we've been there, and it's kind of one of those places where you say, man, I wish we had one of these in Duncanville. And here it is, and he's already signed the papers. It sounds like we're asking questions, things that hadn't even entered their minds. And I don't know if are these the kind of questions that we ask other restaurants, in Duncanville, especially ones coming in.
To answer that question, I've never heard it, and we're going to item G, which is another restaurant, and the same question could conceivably come up on every restaurant that we've got in front of us. So I don't know the exact relevancy. It's up to you, if you're representing him, but I think he needs to
Finish
state.
my comment, but
Okay, he needs to state whether he wants to go forward. Okay, so we'll get back to that. Mr. Koontz.
I yield the floor. I was interrupted. I'll just yield the floor. Thank you.
Ms. Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say that I am in favor of this because I know we are interested in revitalizing, but there are some concerns. I would like to request that when an applicant is asking for this significant of amount, and I understand vacation and much needed, that we can kind of work the schedule where it fit for the applicant to be present and for us to have these conversations with the applicant, especially at a $300,000 request amount. And then my other comment, being cognizant of the fact that staff is present in the inclement weather and we want to get them home, I would just ask moving forward that, and this is something that I discussed with them, that we be intentional or pay attention to the available budget, because this one says 1,660,517 million is available, but based on the last one that we just approved, the available amount should be around 1,644,167. So just be aware of the numbers that we're putting on the available amount for the budget. That way we can have a good idea of what we're working with as far as what remains as the items are being approved.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Councilwoman Cherry Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I agree with Councilmember Koontz. What is presented to us tonight is one thing, and then we kind of deviated and went somewhere to what if. And so I guess it concerns me when we have business owners that come in and want to do something, and then we go through all these what if scenarios, but that's not what was presented tonight. And so I'd like to stick with what was presented tonight and not what if they do something different down the road.
Councilman Pennebaker.
Thank you, sir. Director Brad, you did a really good job with this contract. I like it. I think it provides us a lot of protections. We're locking them into 10 years. There's some catches in here that we can claw back if they don't honor these things in here. So I think we've got something really good here. The first part of Councilmember Mac Burnett's items that he brought up, I think the sales tax is something that's easy. We know that's going to happen. The second part of that item, as far as construction items, that's kind of a one-time deal where we might $60,000, $70,000, and that's just going at the very high end. And after the remodel done, the materials, that's it, that's done. And I think we could do this pretty easily by just having that sales tax agreement for the catering clause or whatever we'd call it. And I'm pretty happy with this. That's all.
Councilman Mac Burnett.
Thank you. You know, again, I'm telling you, it's a good opportunity. I'm not making what ifs or changing anything that's being done, but I know there's some businesses that haven't done this, that are in Duncanville, and we're not getting sales tax from them in that line, and that's why I want to make sure that this is done, and so it's not anything, you know. I mean, overall, I'm fine with this thing, but let's move forward. I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Councilman Mac Burnett, second by Councilman Pennebaker. Let's vote. Approved. Thank you. Item 5G, Design Incentive Grant, Sister Girls Kitchen LLC, Mr. Barrera.
Yes, thank you. This is an item that had been previously presented, and at the time that it presented, there were some questions that were asked by a few council members regarding some of the tenant improvements, build out, specifically for this business, for this request, was a grease trap. So we went back to the drawing board, we had a conversation with the property owner, and we have resolved that. The short story is that the grease trap is now the responsibility of the owner, and the owner will use those grant funds to pay for this improvement as part of the original scope of the second grant that was provided to Due West Properties. So that said, this evening what you have is now the only request of the two requests left, and that's for the signage on the building and on the pole sign. This was something that was originally presented to the DCEDC on August 26, 2024, and both requests, that was the request for the grease trap and the signage, were unanimously approved. Since then, and since the presentation that we had here at the city council level regarding the grant request for the grease trap and the signage, we've gone back and made the record straight and clear with the DCEDC as well as with Due West, and have seek legal guidance from the DCEDC attorney on the original development agreement that was approved for Due West regarding the tenant improvements allowance. So again, that said, what that leaves us then is the grant request or an application for the wall signage, and there's an illustration of the wall signage, and then the signage on the pole for the street. This is a business that's now been open for officially 2 weeks. Prior to that, they were busy fulfilling catering orders. Were filling many orders for Thanksgiving. In the 2 weeks that they have been open to the public, they have been extremely well received, and their sales expectations have surpassed anything that they thought would be within the first 2 weeks. So it is an incredible story, an impressive story, and it's just been a very long journey. Renee shared with me, and she's here this evening, that it's taking about a year to open this facility. And we just want to use this as an opportunity to close the matter, approve the sign, and well, at least present this and hope that her sign request gets approval so she can move on. Renee, is there anything else that you would like to add?
So this item is solely on the, or this item is solely on the sign grant?
Correct.
Okay.
And no longer the grease trap.
Okay. Then I won't trail back on that, since you're saying that's off the, that's off that plate, no pun intended. Okay. So, no, I'm excited. I've had some of your food, some things I've never eaten before, and didn't think I ever would. No, whoa. There was something else I don't want to get into.
It was oxtail.
That's it.
Yes, oxtail.
I'll recommend anybody that doesn't want to dare to go out and try something different, try oxtail. It was very memorable. Now, having said that, we have Councilwoman Cherry Brown.
So I want to say thank you, because Christmas, my husband thought I was going to cook. I don't cook. And then Christmas Eve, we got an invite to a home that had catered some of your food. So my husband was happy, and I was happy. The food was delicious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Kuntz.
You have chitlins?
Special order. Special order.
I'd like to move to approve then.
We got a motion to approve. Do we have a second? I'll get to him. Yeah, I gotta get my.
Second.
There it is. All right. No further comments, Mr. McBurnett?
Renee, I'm very glad you're here as well.
Thank you
Okay?
so much.
Thank you.
All right, please vote. Here we go. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item 5H. DCEDC Design Incentive Grant for Ferrante Hair Studio. Mr. Barrera.
Yes, thank you. So this is the last grant application for this evening. This is Ferrante Hair Studio. The address is 708 South Main Street. What we have is we have an establishment that has been in the community since August 2002. The request is for landscaping in the amount of $10,500. The property is located on Main Street, a high visible street, a lot of vehicular traffic, pedestrian traffic. We took a hard look at the landscaping and wanted to make sure that it was viable landscaping, tolerant to the Texas heat. The proposed landscaping is perennials, which will be installed in the fall. Excuse me, let me go back. The proposed landscaping is perennials. The plantings will take place in the spring. There is an existing irrigation system that will service these plants to ensure their livelihood. And this grant application was presented to the DCEDC on October 28, 2024. At the conclusion of the presentation and the deliberation, the DCEDC unanimously approved by a vote of 5-0 for this grant. What you have before you is just pictures of the existing condition of the facility and the landscaping. Nice landscaping, but just there's an opportunity to provide a little more color, more life. And this is what you have, just Photoshop of what the landscaping will look like once it's installed.
Questions, council? Councilman Kuntz?
Thank you, Mayor. So, they've been here since 2002, you said?
That's correct.
Any idea? I know it's usually in the application, but as far as their own investment into their business over the years, is there any number that might be attached to that?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm actually going to go back and look for Mr. Ferrante. I asked him to come to the end. He might be able to provide that for you.
Thank you.
That's the first request I've heard. I do not have any of those numbers for you guys.
Could you please identify who you are, sir?
Giuliano Ferrante.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've been there since 2002, so all the costs and expenses for that building and we've incurred. So this is our first grant request, for something like this. So.
And that was going to be my kind of follow-up question. Had you ever asked for any kind of grant requests, any kind of support from the city?
No, not that I'm aware of. I mean, we've been there a long time, and I'm the only one, so I don't.
Well, I do want to say, I personally appreciate the fact that you've kept your business here, and you must have made some kind of investment over the years because you've been there.
Yeah, we have. It was the initial investment was significant just because it was basically a complete remodel, so it was a lot of work. Probably took about 7 months to get where it needed to be. So just like any business, it's a long-term investment, and it's one of 2 salons that we have currently. Obviously, this being our staple location because it's the first one we had. So we've been pretty happy.
I know there are some challenges there on that Main Street corridor, and a lot of situations where we're probably going to have to go to the businesses. But again, I really appreciate someone coming to us and saying, "Hey, I'd like to do some beautification here." And I mean, the area really needs it.
There's been some significant steps that you guys have taken, you know, to beautify Main Street, and we're just trying to add to that, you know.
I'd like to move to approve unless there are other comments.
I'm gonna second it, but I'm also gonna make the comment, thank you, because again, it's something that you do it, we can get the next one to do it, maybe we can get the next one to do it, and it's just a good sign, so thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Councilman Kuntz, a second by Councilman McBurnett. Please vote. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, item 5I, consider appointments to boards and commissions. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor. City Council held 2 days of interviews to fill vacancies on board and commissions. So the appointments are for City Planning and Zoning Commission. For a 2-year term, Jared Davis. Zoning Board of Adjustment, alternate term for 2 years, Stan Smith. Library Advisory Board to fill a 1-year vacancy, Laura Trevino. Multicultural Commission to fill 1-year vacancy is Vanessa Graciano and Paula Rowland. DCEDC for a 2-year term, Carolyn Thompson. And Neighborhood Vitality to fill a 1-year term is Latanya Banks.
Motion approved.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the selections identified by Ms. Taylor, by Councilman McBurnett, seconded by Ms. Gooden. Please vote. Thank you. All right, now we're going to move to item 5J that was added. Out here, City Manager, where are we? All right, we move 4F from consent items to item 5J. And speaking on this is Mr. Matt Bryant.
Evening, Mayor, Council. Matt Bryant, Director of Public Works. Y'all had some questions, so we're just bringing it out here. And any questions you have?
Mr. Kuntz.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, and this is more for the council. Matt, I appreciate you sticking around.
No problem.
But, you know, just to, you know, I guess my position on the architectural services and just wanting to make sure, you know, we didn't put ourselves in a situation where we limit our options as far as, you know, every project is unique, and just making sure that, you know, people didn't respond now, that maybe when we put a certain project out there, that there's maybe a firm that's interested in helping us design that, and they might be the right firm. And so that was kind of my main just thoughts behind that. And so, I mean, if there are any reassurances that can be given me, then I'll be fine. Kind of feel like we're going to approve it anyways, but those are just my thoughts surrounding that. With the engineering services, that makes perfect sense. You know, your explanation, I think, makes perfect sense. But it was more about the architectural services.
Yes, so for the architectural services, again, anything of a significant size or value as far as a project goes will be independently request for qualification. So anything related to a major construction overhaul, major building or anything like that will be independently RFQ'd.
So with, you know, architectural design services, I mean, that could come in, I mean, even well under $250,000, depending on what we're looking at wanting. Again, where it wouldn't require us to go out and look anywhere else, or to put it out again as an RFQ.
Okay, city manager has a comment.
Councilmember Kuntz, you're absolutely right. There's any number of, especially architectural renderings, there's stuff that Public Works deals with. There's obviously the projects that we talk about. There's even the stuff that you saw tonight that actually had renderings and those types of things where you're talking about amounts that are significantly less than $250,000. You're talking about amounts that are in all likelihood much less than $50,000. But the problem that we run into is if we have already used the firm and the amount is more than $50,000, so for instance, if we use XYZ Engineering for a project and we've already paid them $75,000, I can't hire them for $5,000. And so to do also the architectural because it's exceeded the $50,000 cap without coming back to City Council for approval. So this process is really designed to make it more efficiently. You'll never have us going and just doing renderings and architectural plans for any large city project or anything at all like that. It's more about those smaller type things actually giving us the wiggle room so that we can bring you the stuff that you're requesting to see what those types of things look like. And whether it's water project or, I know Matt wants to build a new water tank. At some point, we're going to have to bring you something of what that would look like, that kind of stuff, and where that would go. Those are relatively small, inexpensive things. But again, if the firm that we're looking to utilize has already exceeded the $50,000 threshold, then we're not able to use them.
I appreciate that. I will move to approve this. It sounds like some of this is over my head, but we've had recently a couple of projects where we put out an RFQ and we got firms that we probably never would have even thought about that responded to those. And so I appreciate the explanations. I'll move to approve, and I'll trust we're not going to limit opportunities to work with
Second.
the right firm at the right time.
No, second it.
Motion to approve by Councilman Kuntz, seconded by Mr. McBurnett. Please vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
I'm going to move it up to. All right, we're going to jump ahead a little bit here and go to item 6F for reasons that will not be mentioned. Look how quick he did that. Ms. Ote?
Well, good evening. It's a pleasant surprise, so thank you. So we are talking about the November financial report. November is the second month of our fiscal year. So I'll give you an all-fund summary here. We've collected $6.2 million for the first 2 months. The year-to-date interest income is $527,000. So the benchmark for 2 months out of the year comes to 16.7%, but actually we've received 7.1%, and that's not uncommon for this time of year as more of the funds start to come in after the new year. So all funds expenses, we've expended $3.8 million. That is 7.7% of the benchmark. So looking at the general fund, not a whole lot, again, happening right now. For the first 2 months, general revenues are at 6.6%. Most of that property tax will start coming in here last month and this month, December and January. We've received $171,000 in interest income. That is slightly less than what we've received at this time last year. So we're starting to see some of the interest rates come down. On the expense side, we've expended 10.2% of the budget. To show you here again the table view, which you have in your report there, we're really trending ahead on the permits and licenses area for 22% of the budget, as well as charges for services, which include like memberships and EMS fees, things of that nature. On the expenses, again, 10.19% of the budget at this time, and just showing you how we're doing from a budget standpoint and a fund balance standpoint. So again, we're still in our FY24 audit, so these balances are unaudited at this time, but it shows you that we're still well above that 150-day maximum. So the utility fund, the next largest fund of the city, year to date we've collected $2.1 million. That's 9.3% of the budget. Our revenues are 1 month behind. For the expenses, we've expended 8.4% of the budget, and 1.1 million of that really is towards our Dallas Water Utilities for our water, and then Trinity River Authority for our wastewater treatment. And then just showing, again, the fund balance in the water sewer fund here, we're doing really well there. We have over 150 days in reserve. And that's it. Any questions?
Council, questions?
Thank you.
Drive safe. All right, the city manager is going to handle the remaining items on the staff and board report, so we'll start with item A.
Thank you, Mayor, and Alex, if you could help me out. First of all, I want to explain to council, I've been up and down a lot from the dais this evening, more than normal, and I want to recognize the Public Works Department. You know, it's below freezing out there right now. We have had a private water main that broke a little bit ago, but they still responded. We have split crews. We have our Public Works Director, our Assistant Public Works Director, both here this evening, and we are currently working split shifts. We've also had a situation late tonight where a fire department had to respond to help somebody out in a situation with the police department. So our crews are out on the streets busy tonight with cold temperatures, and so just please keep them in your thoughts and prayers and as they're dealing with the situation the next couple days. This first one is a proposed ordinance relating to automotive repair, and I especially want to recognize Neighborhood Services Officer Joseph Scott, who actually has sat here throughout the entire evening this evening. I'm so proud of our code enforcement officers, our neighborhood services officers, and our police department working collaboratively with our public works team. But one of the things that our neighborhood services officers, and Joseph, why don't you go ahead and come to the podium, and Shahad, if you want to come too. One of the things that they recognized is they're asking for you to consider legislation that would help them in the work that they do relative to enforcement of the automotive repair shops that are around town and some of the things that they keep finding. So Mr. Scott actually wrote the original draft of this language and pulled it from experiences I think that he has had in the past, as well as what you saw that you felt like was in need. And the city attorney took that information. Obviously, we're not asking you to approve this or anything tonight, and there's quite a few pieces I think that need additional conversation and thought, to be honest. But Joseph, maybe if you could just summarize what you feel like you're seeing and what you're asking the council to consider.
Absolutely. First and foremost, thank you all. Council, as well as Mr. Okay, is that better? Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to come before you, Mayor, City Council, and like I said, Mr. Hager, who's helped us a lot as it relates to the legislation. The purpose in drafting legislation as it relates to vehicles is because of several factors. One, the aesthetics. It looks bad. Coming from Dallas, I retired from Dallas after 24 years, so I've seen my share of what inoperable vehicles can do. The quote-unquote proverbial chop shop, if you will, the effects they have on a community. I heard from the constituents, I heard from coworkers from other departments, as well as my own coworkers, the other code officers. And it makes it hard to pretty much improve upon the aesthetics of a community when the major corridors entering Duncanville, you see vehicles. If you come from Highway 67, you see vehicles. You come from I-20, you see vehicles. If you come down Wheatland, when you get to the corner of our building, Wheatland and Main, if you look across the street next to the coffee shop, vehicles. And hopefully, with an ordinance pass, we can address several factors. One, those vehicles that are not running. Two, those vehicles that are being modified. So basically, they're taking one vehicle, taking the parts from that vehicle, attaching it to another vehicle, and creating a whole new vehicle. Or it could be something as simple as taking one part from a vehicle, putting it on another vehicle just to get it running. That's great. However, the vehicle that you took the parts from, you leave it right there. So now you're creating more litter, more trash, more urban blight. And those are the things we want to address. Also, the parking of the vehicles. Freeman here, I hate to put the man out there, but it is what it is. He has a yard, if you will, a property full of Mercedes and Jaguars. Some running, some not. But what happens, he parks them on grass. Well, the problem with that, and I learned this working for the city of Dallas, those vehicles leak fluid, oil, antifreeze, transmission fluid, windshield wiper fluid. It gets into the groundwater, makes it that much harder to purify the water, because now you have, when it rains, it washes off into the storm water drains. So it makes it harder to purify. These guys will go tell them, hey man, could you do something with your vehicles? We get that. Sometimes, of course, they use the colorful language. That's okay. But I believe, and I don't want to bore you with too many details, but I believe with some type of ordinance to address these vehicles, to clean them up, to get them away from here, those vehicles that you're working on, they shouldn't exceed a certain amount, and you need to have work orders on every one of them, and you need to be able to show us what you're doing to get this vehicle off your property up and running. Then from there, we're good. I believe that will also attract more businesses and more people who will want to move here. Thank you very much for listening.
Mayor, and Mayor, if I can, so this 14-page ordinance that I need each of the council members to read, word for word, is all new. This is not a red line version. This entire 14 pages would be new in the code. So we're going to need you to look at it. We're going to need to have additional conversations about it. You know, I wanted you to hear firsthand from Joseph and Mr. Scott. I certainly appreciate you staying tonight, and Shahad, you staying tonight to share this. Council, I also want you to know I literally have a list of 20. It's exactly 20 ordinances that staff is requesting that you do this year. So we have a lot of work to do. It's these types of things. Neighborhood services themselves have 3 different ordinances that they're asking for, and other departments have others. But there's a lot to dig into and work through with this, including the registry that neighborhood services is suggesting. I think staff workload, we need to have some additional conversations about that and those types of things. So there's a lot to work through here, but we're going to need to workshop this. We're going to need to have additional conversations, but it is exciting that we can start to have these conversations and plan for this. So thank you, Mayor.
Well, the great thing, city manager and I started talking about this a long time ago because he recognized the obvious ones. You've already seen the ones that you're describing, but they're hidden from public view more or less because they're on side streets. But there's no shortage of them in town where they've not only pushed the vehicles onto their unimproved surfaces, but they've pushed them onto public streets. They've also pushed them onto neighboring properties, neighboring vacant lots. And most of these cars haven't operated in years, maybe even decades. When we talked about it, we talked about it in terms of resources and what it takes to start with the ordinance that we have in place and to go out and take action on one of them and the follow-up that occurs, and you know it. being in Dallas, you know the follow-up is tremendous, to the point of writing tickets, going to court, taking action, towing vehicles. That's one of them, and we've got probably in excess of 15 to maybe as many 20 in this city right now that need to be addressed. So I'm in favor of any ordinance that expedites that process to the extent that we can finally deal with it without taking all the resources away from neighborhood services, because it's very time consuming. Not to mention, oftentimes the police have to be involved, as you know as well. And so just if we can minimize that and we can start to have an impact without just shutting down our operations while we focus on this, I'm excited. Councilman Kuntz.
So, Mr. Scott, so it's 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock. I'm tired. Honestly, I was kind of starting to check out. But you completely woke me up. I'm like, this is a brand new meeting for me. I mean, I can't, I don't even know where to begin. First of all, thank you for being a point of contact, because, we're dealing with policy up here, right? But somewhere out there, someone's got to engage the community, right? And these businesses. And, my understanding is, it's not always where we're just trying to get rid of people. We want compliance. We want them, and there are some automotive businesses in Duncanville that, they would, they're in compliance with everything that you presented to us tonight, and even in this draft. But it's, for you to be out there making contact with the businesses, I can't thank you enough for that. I was reading through it, and I did read through every word of it already, because, it was like, we had the Moby Dick marathon the other night, and this was almost more exciting than that, believe it or not. So these are, and I know you said you've got, your experience with the city of Dallas, but this is kind of new legislation here, something that you've put together, and this will be kind of landmark legislation for the city of Duncanville, because we don't have anything like this. Even, I went back and I looked at our zoning ordinance, because when you look at our zoning ordinance, you look at some of the allowed uses for different kinds of automotive repair businesses, and this even fills a lot of gaps there. And so, again, thank you, and I look forward, to us as a council being able to go through this. I had just one or two questions. It talks about that, so this will be the responsibility of the director, it said. Who would be the director? Would that be you, or?
That would be Matt, and then, of course, my two superiors, Matt, as well as Shad here.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And then section 13, it talks about fines, and it said, anybody in violation to be subject to a fine not to exceed $500, and then it has in parentheses $2,000. And so, is there some further explanation needed there, or is that potentially
I put in the amount of $500, and those are hypothetical amounts. And the reason why I did that, 500 and then parentheses 2,000, a range based on the size of the violation, the amount of violations, how many times we've had to go out there and address that particular party, just different variations, different factors as to why maybe there should be a range.
And every violation within 24 hours is a new violation, I believe it says. So, okay. So that maybe you're recommending we kind of have some discussion about what those numbers should be at some point.
We can't set a fine, only a judge can do that. So we have to set the maximum range. Depending on the violation, you can fine up to $2,000 for an ordinance violation if it's health, safety, or welfare. So like leaking oil, gas, that's $2,000 fine. Maybe an aesthetic is only a $500 fine. But we wanted to give you that range. One of the things you need to, the reason that the manager wants you to read this is there's a cost-benefit analysis. Because Joseph and I can write all the ordinances in the world, but if Joseph and I cannot do all the work, someone has to enforce it. So there's code enforcement officers behind this, so, and registration and clerk and all those things. And Joseph and I wrote this so it's as broad and as regulatory as it can be. But there's a cost to that too. And so I want you to be able to strike a balance, if you will, so that you know that we'll do whatever you want us to do and do it the best we can with what we have. But in order to be really effective, we need to have the personnel to enforce it. Because there's only one Joseph, and he may need another Joseph to go out and do this code enforcement. So that's why we wrote it as broadly as possible. This is the maximum, what we feel is the maximum amount to get it cleaned up. And so you may want to approach this in some larger bites and not try to swallow the whole thing at once. So that's why we need your homework and we need your input on how much you want us to do and what the cost of that will be as you move forward. So,
Councilwoman Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm similar as Councilmember Kuntz. I'm so excited to see this. Previous code officer myself, I understand the parking on unimproved surfaces. I understand the abandoned vehicles. I understand the inoperable vehicles. I understand how they're a blight to the community and how you haven't had enforcement on or the legislation to enforce it. I don't understand. Hence probably the reason why we have so many violators. I see this being a lot of hours because you will have your hands full. And city manager, whatever we can do to support that, please let us know, because this is something that is an issue in our city, to put it mildly. So I'm all for it. Thank you.
Councilman Pennebaker.
Again, well done.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Was there a blueprint or framework used from other municipalities that you leaned into with this?
There was, obviously the city of Dallas, but also the city of Farmers Branch, in which I worked there for 4 years before coming here. And then just a lot through experience. The wording, of course, you know, just kind of pulling from different resources such as the cities and the municipalities that I just named. But just putting it together based on those factors, based on what I've experienced, based on what I see daily, and of course, thank God for Mr. Hager. Because of him, it happened.
It doesn't look like easy reading, so I'm sure it was much more difficult to put together than to read. So thank you all both.
Thank you.
Any other, Councilman Kuntz?
Thank you, Mayor, and I don't say this too often, but thank you, Mr. Hager, as well. But, yeah. So, so this deals mainly with, because I noticed the language in there on the premises a lot. So this, what you have before us, mainly deals with neighborhood services or code issues on the property. So there's a whole separate issue when we're talking about what's on the street that this isn't dealing with. Okay. Is that one of the 20 that you have on the pipeline?
There is some crossover, because we've had a couple of cases that we've actually sued property owners for basically putting their cars out in the street and repairing them, like Shade Tree Mechanic, which is a whole different issue. But he was really running a business out of his house, and we ended up shutting that down before Doug got here. And so this is really aimed at more of our business community. And the businesses that have restoration, salvation of vehicles, restoration of vehicles, and the repair of vehicles. Those are businesses that are in town that we've had some issues with over the years. And so we need to get that cleaned up. The other part of this is another discussion with getting rid of these vehicles in the street.
And that's good. So we're just taking little bites at this thing. So I appreciate that. And just one other question. At what point, when you mentioned automotive fluids and transmission fluid, those kinds of things, is there any point at which y'all contact the Environmental Protection Agency or anything, those kind of reports are made?
That has been discussed amongst us. To answer your question, at some point, yes, but I didn't want to overstep my bounds. I wanted to get the blessings from my supervisors, from Mr. Hager, and then from you all. But to answer your question, absolutely, because it becomes, as Mr. Hager, I'm sure can tell you far better than me, it becomes a brand new legal animal when you start dealing with the environment. And that's not part of my bailiwick, so I can only address, you know, what I'm familiar with.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, no.
And if I may add here to this environmental, I think another part of this or something for future discussion is also the zoning and ordinance itself and in relation to this as well, because that's really a continuation of what we're doing here is basically solving that problem of really zoning and where they are, because a lot of what we discussed internally in the past and the impact of this and the locating of it near a school or where, you know, children are, etc. So these things that have not been addressed within the ordinance of zoning, and it is a result now that is there on the ground. So it is all related, but it's going to be taken in steps to where we can address it.
All right, thank you all. Thank you so much. All right, we'll move on to item 6B, briefing on complete streets policy. Mr. Finch?
Yes, Mayor, before I start that, actually, I'm going to dismiss all the staff. I need you sharp 24 hours from now because chances are I'll be talking to you. So I'm going to let everybody go except for Alex. I need Alex. So, Chief, go get some rest. So, all right, thank you, everybody. Okay. Alex, can you operate the... Thank you. So this is a briefing on complete streets. This is something that we've been working with, we've been talking about. We're really excited. Actually, a series of these briefings tonight is really all about planning for the future. So I'm not going to read it word for word, but a complete street is a comprehensive transportation facility that's designed and operated to safely accommodate and improve mobility for all users. We use a terminology that we're supporting the construction of a complete street for people of all wheeled devices. You can go to the next one, Alex. Here's a great example of what a complete street would look like. You're talking about public spaces, you're talking about lighting, you're talking about vehicle lanes, crossings, transit, green infrastructure, all part of a complete street. The thing that I want to stress to this, and I didn't bring it with me tonight, I was going to bring it, the policies that you've been working on this year as a council, I literally have a book in my office called an administrative manual. And when we're evaluating something, I go to that administrative manual and I look at the policy that exists or the policy that you've adopted. When we come up in May, end of May, June, when we do our organizational meeting, I'm going to go back and actually list every one of those policies and ask you to re-adopt those so that they're always top of mind and awareness. But the concept of this complete street policy is to say, okay, at the time that we're talking about the redesign of a city street or major improvements with it, that we're going to entertain at that time the development of it as a complete street. So this is not a mandate to go and replace every single street in the city or anything like that. This is just as they come. Go ahead, Alex. There's proposed 8 key policy frameworks associated with this. The complete street planning, as I said at the time of the street reconstruction, the traffic calming techniques, all kinds of different traffic calming measures that are listed in the policy but initiated. There's all kinds of different policies with this. Bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure is part of the initiative. The city would consider the integration of bicycle and pedestrian facilities at the time of the design. Implementation of traffic calming when designing or redesigning streets during the construction. The public engagement obviously is critical. Provide opportunities for the community input and planning and design process for the street improvement. That includes meetings, surveys, those types of things are listed in the policy. And then the context-sensitive solutions section really talks about the design. It talks about green infrastructure. It talks about climate resilience. Councilmember Kuntz mentioned earlier in that photo of the our flower hanging baskets, there was actually a rain garden also in that. And those are the types of things that can absolutely be incorporated into the design of the complete street. Accessibility for all, that the city would incorporate accessible pedestrian signals as well as performance metrics. Go ahead. So I kind of went through these. You can just kind of buzz through these quickly. I do want to point out on this particular slide, the travel lanes, again, traffic calming measures a lot of times, and we talked about this a little bit during our October 29th CIP planning meeting, narrowing the travel lanes tends to reduce the speed. Wider traffic lanes tends to increase the speed. And you can go to the next one, Alex. Again, the streets, the whole concept of complete streets is it's designed for everybody, whether you're on a bike, whether you're in a car, whether you're in a wheelchair. Go ahead, Alex. The traffic calming techniques, I referenced these a little bit as we went through this. The street width reduction, those are all different things. Horizontal deflection. Go ahead, Alex. Here's a great example. My plan is to bring the National Endowment for the Arts to do a presentation to you in the not too distant future about incorporating art in streets and public infrastructure. And this actually acts as a great tool for traffic calming. Think about if you're going down the road and you're coming up into our downtown area and all of a sudden, you know, some sort of design that's in keeping with Duncanville. Maybe it's a giant locomotive, I don't know, whatever it is. But still, it's going to slow people down, obviously, as well as incorporating the green. Go ahead, the greenery. The different pedestrian facilities, when you start to talk about that in the future, we start to talk about safe routes to schools. There's all kinds of different grant money available for that. That's another big piece of having a complete streets policy, that we can actually reference the policy when we go to make application for grant money when it comes time to reconstruct some of these streets. I'll share with you, I had a conversation with the Dallas Mobility Coalition just this morning, and they said, do you have a complete streets policy? And I said, I'm glad you asked. I'm bringing one to the council. And so that kind of thing goes a long way, especially with the grant money. Obviously, bike lanes, pedestrian facilities, anything with shelters for public transportation if we eventually get to those types of conversations. Lighting is a big time, nighttime safety. I tell you, a lot of municipalities have started enacting nightlife management plans, and as we develop downtown, that's certainly something I want to discuss with you. So the traffic calming, complete streets, we'll skip through this. I touched on a lot of this already. The public engagement is just so important. Here's an example of 2 other municipalities that were recently having public engagement meetings or have one coming up. It's just really important because you want the community to buy into the concept and you want to hear from them, and obviously you want to have their input. It's not to say that every single street in the city of Duncanville would be a complete street, but where it makes sense and going through as we go through and do those evaluations and where the public agrees with it and it makes sense that we go through. We talked about the rain gardens, the bioswales, the green infrastructure, so we'll skip all of that. The accessibility for all is very important. Let's go ahead, Alex. And then our KPIs that we'll use, we'll be able to actually have real true performance metrics, crash rates, the traffic speeds. We have all of that data, and I think we've shared with you before, excuse me, I'm working with the police chief now. We're going around the city and getting baseline reports for any number of streets and what the average speeds are and those types of things, and then we'll be able to go back and compare this. I don't remember if there's another slide. That's just a factor there. And then, again, the conclusion is really that the council is making a policy decision and a commitment to really evaluating and considering enhancing the safety, accessibility, and livability of all of our streets at the time of construction. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Council?
All right, I'm going to bring it back to you for approval next meeting, so, all right.
Okay, item 6C, briefing on Charter Amendment Committee.
All right. So I know at the last meeting, you asked the city attorney to do a presentation to you on the potential of a charter review committee or a charter amendment. He gave you the details with that. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add, but I think that's one of the big things. I know that there is a deadline, I believe it's August 12th to make the ballot. I looked it up. I think it's somewhere right around there.
It's a little bit longer than normal. It's 72 days prior to the election. It's a little bit longer in the August timeframe for the November election. What I need to know is if you want a committee, You're not required to have a committee, but you may have a committee. There's nothing in the charter that requires it. It's permissive. The council could suggest propositions to put on. If you want to review all of the charter or only sections of the charter, that would dictate, because you could do a charter review and say, I want you to focus, the committee to focus on the city manager and the city council. And those are the two areas we want recommendations back to suggest ballot language for election. Or you could do just the council, or you could do the whole thing. If you do the whole thing, it'll probably take 3 months. Because it's, the council and the manager are really the guts of the charter, and they take a long time. Because you're talking about the fundamental form of government that you have. You've seen a little bit what Dallas did to themselves. Sorry. What they did to themselves, they really wanted a strong mayor. And they talked about compensation for council members, staffing for council members. And so those are significant, those are long debated issues. But you can do some cleanup. Our charter has not gone a major revision in a very long time. You've had bits and pieces over the years, but many of the things that, if you want to clean it up, it can be cleaned up, because a lot of things that we were worried about when we first did a charter, state law has preempted the field, if you will. Your elections, the charter review process. There's been a lot of statutes involved over the years, so there's less technical things like the filing a claim with the city secretary. All that stuff is really covered by the Texas Tort Claims Act now. We have to comply with that. So there's a lot of simplification that we could use, not being so involved. Like some cities have you have to read the ordinance twice before you pass it. Well, that's a vestige of the old law when there was no television, there was no internet, there might not have been a telephone, and the only way you could find out there was anything going on at City Hall, you had to come down to City Hall. And nowadays, we don't need all that. So, and franchises are almost non-existent anymore because the state has taken away our ability to franchise telecommunications, other utilities that we don't directly provide. So that's really kind of antiquated. We can sign a license agreement, we can charge a fee for the use of the right-of-way. We don't need those old franchises anymore. Things like that. And those are easy to clean up, but the real nuts and bolts of this thing is what is the fundamental government going to look like? And what do you want the manager to do? What do you as a council want to do? And all things in between. So if that's what I need from you all. Do you want just a narrow review or a cleanup review, or do you want to commission? I don't know how many, I've had as many as 14 where everyone had 2 appointees apiece to 7. If it gets, I will say this, the bigger the group, the longer it takes. So I can bring back a resolution. Basically, you could designate a committee. I can leave it blank. You can put the numbers in and leave it blank as to what you want reviewed. And we can fill it in.
Mr. Coombs.
You're not ready. Because you've got from now until August 12th.
Yeah, so I guess my question would be, because I know it sounds like there's one particular part of the charter that might be especially under consideration. So, yeah.
3-year term. What it is 3-year terms.
Right. So,
and then what that does, 3-year terms does one of 2 things. You have to resign to run, period. So, and so that's easy. That's an easy fix for y'all. I don't think it would take that long to do it. I wouldn't even do a committee for that.
Okay, well, that was going to be my question.
But
Would that require a committee?
if you want a true review, you almost need a committee, or I need a lot of your time, more of your time. We already have a lot of your time, so.
Yeah, I guess my question for those who kind of put this on the table, are you more focused on let's, try to take care of that one particular issue, and if so, we can focus on that and then come back to the bigger challenge, right? Or do we just want to look at the bigger challenge and that be a part of it?
Councilwoman Sherry Brown?
So I think two things. I do think that anything that's over 3 years always needs to be reviewed. But I think two parts. The first with looking at the amount of terms, and then, because I think you said it was every 2 years or so before you could do anything anyway.
If you have an election, you can't have another election to change the charter
Yeah.
for 2 years.
Right. So I think the first thing, looking at the term, and then it sounds like this is going to be so detailed anyway, to go through looking at the charter, that it wouldn't hurt to have a committee to look at the charter and start working on, for over the next couple of years to make a recommendation. That's my thought.
Councilwoman Gooden?
I would agree with Councilwoman Cherry Brown. My main focus in what I was wanting to have reviewed was the term. Every other year, having to have an election and costing the city election money every time we have to have one every year. Then I would also agree that we would get a committee to review all items in it that's currently historic, that are no longer applicable, have specific types of reviews. I'm of the mindset something should be reviewed as far as policies on a regular basis. Whatever we determine as a body is that regular basis. And because there could be some outdated information in there that is no longer applicable. And so we could at least start with that, removing that, and then the next time after have a review of other items that council may deem are necessary.
Well,
Okay, I'll repeat it.
If you want to go to 3-year terms, I think if you want to do that on the short term, then you need to do that by November, because then you have the following May election. So whoever's up next May, a year from May, would then be elected to a 3-year term. And then it's easy to implement. If you wait to have the election when someone's running for council, it makes it difficult, because the citizens will look at that as who's running for that position and make a decision what they want 3-year terms or 2-year terms based on who's running. And it really needs to be done. I always tell people, think of the worst councilman and the best councilman, and then make your choice based on what that means for y'all. Because you're right, if you go to 3 years, you have 4 and 3. When I did this in Lancaster, we did 2, 2, and 3. Or I did 3, I gave them a choice, 3, 3, and 1, so that the mayor always ran independent of the rest of the council. And so they elected 3 and 3. The reason is you can't turn the whole city around in one election. It spreads it out, so you do 2, 2, 3, or 2, or 3, 3, 1. So in any one election, you don't flip the entire council. And so you want that continuity. These are the kinds of conversations we have to have with either committee or you on how you think about doing that. But if it's on the short term, probably for an hour, when you have another meeting, we'll workshop this, and we can do that and do it in November. But if you really want to think about this in terms of having a civics class and those kinds of lectures, I enjoy this because it's really fun, because you really get to see people really think about what their government means to them and how it's going to operate. And you don't get to do this very often. It's not esoteric discussion, so that'll take longer. I've said enough. I know everyone's tired.
Further comments, Mr. McBurnett?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And so, Mr. City Attorney, if I heard you correctly, you're saying if it is going 3-year terms, which is something that I would support as well, it's better if we do that as a council with you, and then have another, I mean, I'd be in favor of a
Do it in
committee.
an off election so that decision's made based on the validity of the 3-year term and not have to worry about who's sitting in that chair. And then everyone's got a fair shot at doing the 3-year term at the next go-around in May.
Okay. And then appoint a committee
And
to
then
look
come
at
back
the overall
and do
charter.
a committee in the next go-around for the next 2 years so you can do the kind of drill down in conversation you want to have. Because it does take a long time, and I've done it where we've tried to cram it down, and that's fine, but it's not very enjoyable for anybody that's involved.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll bring back a resolution to do terms and let you guys consider that next meeting or the meeting after.
That's what I think I heard everybody say, so.
And same, do you want to keep, do you want districts? You want 3, 2? Do you want to change the districts or anything like that? Just straight up, same districts we have now, 1 at large, mayor at large.
Councilman Kuntz?
Yeah, so I want to be sure the public knows that we're having these conversations. And yeah, I mean, if you're saying you're going to bring us a resolution, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I know we're talking about it here and it makes sense. And
Right.
But yeah, I just want to make sure we're not doing anything that just shows up as an action item that the public didn't even know was being discussed.
And the other thing is 3, 4, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 2. You understand what I'm saying? You got 7 members. You don't want to do 4, 3. You have 3 one time, 4 the next. Do you want to split the mayor and the at-large, or do you want the mayor and the at-large running at the same time or different times?
So Mayor, could we, because I know we're on our agenda, it talks about charter amendment committee, but can we have another?
You can
It
have
sounds
this
like a
discussion because
conversation,
you're
yeah.
not making a decision. I'll bring
Right.
back an ordinance and then I'll let you carve it up.
Okay.
We do that, it won't be anything we'll vote on. It won't be put on the agenda to vote on, but we'll
I'll
also
just
have.
send it out. We'll send it out. I'll send it to the city manager, or I'll email it and it'll put it in your Dropbox and then get comments back from you. And then I'm not in any hurry on this one. I think we got a little time. So like March or April, we'll talk about it.
Okay, one other thing to address Mr. Kuntz's point that he just made was while we are discussing this in public, I think you're looking for a more pronounced statement about what we're going to be talking about, and we'll have to figure out how we do that. What venue do we do that? City manager.
Mayor, if I could, just so to Councilmember Kunz's point, once the city attorney gets that drafted, we can certainly send that out by email, but then we'll put it up back on the agenda as a briefing item so that you can have additional conversation without actually taking action. If you want to have a public hearing on it, have a public hearing on it and then vote on it down the road. But we have time on this one, so.
We're only just going to do this one thing. We got time to do that. I just need to give you something that you can look at and chew on and go, I like this, I don't like this. I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll move on to item 6D, briefing on bond committee consideration.
Yes, Mayor, Council, thank you. So, and I apologize, it's getting late, and this is a very important matter. You know, we have the 2018 bond projects. We've been talking about it. I know it's been a priority for City Council. We have such a good story to tell. We're making progress on so many of these different items. Proposition A, obviously, back in December, you authorized Phase 1 and 3 of Harrington Park improvements, the funding for that. Proposition B, we did the overlay of the microsurfacing for Cedar Ridge, and the reconstruction project is getting ready to kick off this spring with that. Fire Station C, or Proposition C is the fire station, and that is complete, and then the service center. So as we look at, I wanted to show you this graphic in terms of what the city's debt tax rate trend has been since 2014. So you can see that the debt tax rate was just about 7 cents back in 2015. 2014, it was a little less, and that's a white. It just came up that way on the graphics. And then you carry through to when the City Council authorized the bond, the 20-year bond for the 2018 bond projects, and that was authorized on February 5th, 2019. There's a 20-year bond at 3.12% interest. Total amount was $21,600,000. The annual debt service payment is $1,485,000. I would tell you, CFO Richard Jackson and I have had conversations with our financial advisors. Hilltop Securities is who we use. This is not something that Richard and I have the experience in doing it necessarily this way and taking the money all out at once. Traditionally, what we've done is do bond anticipation notes or a general obligation once you have approval from the voters, and then you take out the loan for the specific project that you're doing, and then you bond it all at once at the end. And in this particular case, it actually could ended up saving us a little bit of money. But this is where we're at currently. You can see the tax rate, the debt tax rate for this current fiscal year is 3 cents, 3.5 cents, or 4 cents. Go ahead, Alex. So here's what we know looking ahead, right? As we talk about the future needs, we had our capital improvement project meeting back on October 29th. We know that we have about $160 million in improvements that are needed for facilities, reconstruction, you name it, everything all combined. We did in 2024, we did the matrix safety analysis. We know that one of the things coming out of that is they're going to tell us that we need a third fire station on the west side of the city because of the response times. We also know that we have quite a problem with enough space for our police station that needs renovation or expansion. And we know that we don't have enough money to redo the service center as was originally proposed in the 2018 bond. So if we were to look at just those three projects, you're probably looking at about $25 million need in terms of financial investment. Go ahead, Alex. So just to take this a little bit further and not to get too far in the weeds, but if we looked at a 30-year bond, a 20-year bond, and a 15-year bond, you can see a 20-year bond at 4.5% interest. Currently, it equates to an annual debt service payment of almost $1.9 million. That means we would end up paying about $13 million in interest over that 20 years that would go through the year 2045. You can see if you go 15 years, you're paying less in interest. If you go to 30 years, you're paying more in interest. Go ahead, Alex. So to project this out and what this looks like for the future, combining if we were to do another bond and taking that out and what that would look like, you can see, looking at this chart here, that it would take us from where we're currently at back to the 7 cents, and that's combined for the debt service payment for both the existing bond as well as a potential new bond if voters were to authorize it, about $1.9 million. So the new debt, or the new $25 million bond, would equal about 4 cents. 4 cents per 100 on the tax rate, 3 to 4 cents, give or take. And you would see that in 2034, I may have done that wrong, 2040 I think it is, the one would drop off. You can see there the colors are a little bit hard to see there, but nonetheless, the one would come off and the tax rate would drop back down, the debt service rate to about 2 cents, 2.5 cents. Go ahead, Alex. Here's actually the details I was looking for, I'm sorry. The 25 debt service rate, 3.5 cents. If we were to add in 27, if the voters were to approve a new bond, the first time you'd really have a debt service on that would be 2027, because we would be doing construction in 26 if the voters approved a bond for you in November of 25, and then you would actually take out the bond in 27 once the projects are completed, once the infrastructure has been built, and that's about where you would be. You would be at that 7 cents until it drops back off when the other one is paid. This tax rate that I'm showing you here in terms of debt service rate does assume a 3% annual increase in the overall taxable value of the city. Good, Alex. This is about what it would look like. $100,000 house would pay an extra $40 a year if it's a 4-cent increase, $200,000 house, so forth and so on. Timeline. This is my bigger concern that I want to talk to you about. If we're going to do this, if we're going to put this to the voters in November of 2025, that date that we were just talking about, actually there's the actual date, August 18th, 2025, is the last day for the council to approve a order for it to appear on the general election for November 4th, 2025. So working backwards from that date, that means we really need to start talking about a bond committee. If you're willing to do that, start to review our projects and make a recommendation back to council at the latest by June in terms of whether or not they would recommend that the city council consider approving a measure that would allow the measure to go to voters in November of 2025. I do want to share with you really the process that was followed in 2018 for the creation of the bond committee. It's a very good process. I actually pulled this out. I know I emailed it to you. The council in February of 2018 approved a charge to the bond committee. There were a couple of questions. There were 6 different questions. Should the city council call for a bond election? Should a portion of the bond capacity be dedicated to infrastructure, facilities, etc.? Consider the amount of bonding capacity. Consider recommendations of the comprehensive plan and what projects should be considered. It also talked about parks and then what other needs. And it looks like the committee was comprised of a representative by each of the council members, as well as a representative from the P&Z, DCEDC, Neighborhood Vitality, Parks and Rec, Library, Tax, and then there were some chamber representatives and council nominations for a total of a 19-member committee. I know it's a lot to take in, but if it's something that you're open to help us, it would go a long way in the financing for those 3 specific facilities that are needed. The thing, we wouldn't be asking you to make any decision tonight other than, and really we're not even asking you that tonight, but really the question now is, do we ask the council to approve a group of representatives to evaluate the situation and make a recommendation back to you? That's really all we're really asking for at this time. Did I lose you?
So does creating a committee doesn't necessarily mean we're going to put it to an election, right?
No.
I mean, so we could create the committee.
Yes.
And just head down that road.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Ms. Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. The committee, they would be aware of the projects and the things that are needed for and why we're asking for the bond. And they would determine if that is something that they feel is necessary for a bond. Am I?
Right. So my guess is, to be quite honest with you, I'm going to have to work very closely with this committee and actually take the comprehensive plan as you finish it up, all of the different planning documents that we've been working on in 2024, the facility needs assessment, the Lad Nature Preserve, the parks, all of these different things, as well as the facility needs assessment, the matrix report, and really take all that information back to the committee and let the committee really understand what we're looking at, as well as that's $160 million in needs that we have over the next 15 years for them to make a recommendation back to you. Is this something that where we should make a recommendation to the voters to have a bond? And then what items should be included in it? You know, facilities, I tell you, is there's better interest rates for facilities than there are for instance, maintenance type things. And so those are all the types of things that I can work with the bond committee. We can evaluate and make a recommendation back to the council.
Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
I am as well. I think we'll need to do a little bit of marketing along the way too, because some of the events that happened after that 2018 bond were out of anybody's control. Some of the missteps were not it wasn't very well managed. So it was a combination of things, but that's, the citizens know about the cost overruns and the delays. So we need to make sure that we're packaging, and I think the first step is to get a committee like this so that we have a very diverse group of people looking at it before any decisions are made. But it's kind of an uphill battle, and I don't think anybody sitting here tonight, it's any of our faults that these things happen, especially Mother Nature setting in and causing a lot of setbacks, and cost of products going up at that fire station. That was very expensive beyond what it was initially bid out at. Wasn't anything we could do about that. But, you know, when the public looks at that, they say, you know, well, the city didn't do a very good job. Well, I'm not going to say that that was the main thing, but we're going to have to be really transparent and upfront when we market this out, because I think the public is going to expect that we are thoroughly vetting everything we're asking them to consider paying for in a bond. But I'm totally in favor of it. We have to do these things in the future, and we can't just sit back and not make an attempt at trying to get these things done. So.
If Mayor and Council, if you would consider maybe emailing me, if you like the format, the way this was done before, where each of the council members had a representative, maybe think about that. Maybe send me an email, and we can start to prepare a resolution and bring back to you. Whether or not it's the next meeting, we'll do our best, but for you to think about. Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. So, boy, we are going to be asking a lot of your time this year. You know that we are getting ready to roll into the FY26 budget process, and so many of these policies, really, there's fiscal impacts. This one doesn't have a huge fiscal impact, but it does set kind of a chart forward on where we're at and where we're kind of going. So, again, the premise here behind the Conservation Fund, and certainly appreciate Councilmember Kuntz. I know we've had conversations, you brought this up from what I understand the last couple of budgets, and in doing something, and my experience was previously something with a open space plan policy, but essentially the concept of this is to support the conservation and protection of natural land and water resources within the city of Duncanville. The fund, really, the whole purpose is a mechanism for us to have dedicated money for a specific purpose that could then be used at that point in time as projects come up. It could support open space. It can obviously the Land Nature Preserve. It could do greenways. It could even do parks if you wanted to. So many different things. So the proposed mission statement here, that the Conservation Fund is dedicated to preserving and enhancing the natural resources, open space, and biodiversity of our community, and through strategic initiatives and community collaboration, we aim to protect water quality, maintain wildlife habitats, and provide accessible recreational opportunities for all of our residents. The mission is to ensure a sustainable environment for current and future generations, fostering a deep appreciation for the beauty and value of Duncanville's natural resources. There's 7 main points allocated, or key objectives: the water resource protection, biodiversity, rural character maintenance, green space, trails, outdoor education and recreation, implementation of conservation goals, and then land acquisitions or easements. And there's some different points with each of those. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all of those, but basically what the policy calls for is, for a start, for us to make a $2,000 contribution to the fund to create the fund. And then once we have the fund established, then we could actually use the fund to, whether it's going after grant money, whether it's going after any number of different things. But the policy does call for, at the end of each fiscal year, that we review our unexpended funds and that council consider making an appropriation to the conservation fund, but there's no restrictions on what that would look like. So we get to the end of the year and we say, hey, good news, we had an extra $400,000 that we didn't spend. Council could say, okay, I want to put $40,000 in the conservation fund, that type of thing. So again, it's a policy, it's a guardrail, it's a guideline. It doesn't require any specific action other than the only thing would be if we adopted the policy, we'd create the fund and we would need the $2,000 appropriation to create it. So happy to answer any questions.
Mr. McBurnett?
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, how did the amount 2,000 come in? I mean, to me, that's a drop. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, why not 20? You know?
We can do whatever you want, yes. Mm-hmm.
I was just, we're seeing that, and I mean, seem like we're running pretty well, but if you're gonna seed it, and especially a lot of times if you're getting a grant, you have to have a matching amount. So, just consideration. Thank you.
We can certainly add a zero.
I think the first year I brought this up 2 or 3 years ago, I said $500. It was arbitrary. I mean, it was. I mean, so, but it was just to establish the fund, and then that we would be looking at ways, especially with transfers from the general fund. Looking at, I brought this up at one meeting, looking at fees, just looking at any potential, 1 cent here, 2 cents there. I know you'd mentioned development fees and permits, and so there are lots of different ways of doing it. I know at some point I sent a video. I'll resend it. That provides a lot of education about how this works. But really, it's not a short-term deal. I mean, it's something you're looking 5, 10, maybe even 15 years down the line, where this fund grows, and then at some point you do match. You take $500,000, $1 million, and a grant will match that. So you can leverage those funds as well. But there's with what appears to be some shift in our culture right now as far as our interest in conservation and green spaces. It's good to at least start something where we've got some money set aside just for that. So it's kind of like the arts fund. We've got arts interest, and now we've got some money set aside for that, and so now we're setting a little bit of money aside for our conservation interests. And this is actually something else, by the way, that other cities aren't doing yet, that we're leading the way on.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I think we still got this one here that we moved. All right, so we're going to return to an item, that 3C, that was moved to become 6G, and that is our polling location update.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The polling locations for the May 3rd, 2025 election, I have a meeting with Dallas County on the 14th to let them know what polling locations we have. So our next, I included the 2024 and 2023. 2023, we only have 4 locations. With Duncanville Library has always only been our only early voting location, so they get the most voters. The other 3 are from 2023. 2024, we had 11 polling places. And out of that, you can see that there were not very many voters at those polling locations. So the ones that are highlighted are the ones that we're proposing to delete for the 2025 election, and just keep either the 4 we had before in 2023, or we can add others if need be. And that does affect the cost that we pay for elections. So I did look at the 2024 election cost $27,973.47. 2023 cost $37,437.06. However, that 2023 was also a runoff election. So you have to add the May, and then there was another one in June. So that was 2, and that was with the 4 polling places.
Ms. Gooden?
Thank you. Closing polling places, I'll be honest, it does give me concern and pause. I want to make sure that every citizen have access to be able to exercise their right to vote. So with us closing or proposing to close some locations, I would ask, first of all, so the ones that's highlighted, like the one for Central Elementary School, DU-ISD. What other polling place is near, and Mary, you may be, since you know the city better, what other area is within that, what other location is within that area that's feasible for them to get to, or possible for them to get to and have access?
Which location?
So I'm asking about Central Elementary.
Well, you've got Reed. I mean, Reed's right around the corner. You got the Rise Church.
Okay.
Yes.
So you
Okay.
have 2 polling locations on either side that are fairly close.
Okay, so that answers one question, and then I'll stop there. Thank you.
Councilman McBurnett?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we were obligated to do this, so that's one of the things. But when it first happened, it's like it's out of line. But we were contractually obligated to stay with this, and now we have the opportunity to right this. I mean, you know, when you ask about Central Elementary, it's exactly right. You've got the library, you've got Reed. I mean, there's a lot of these that are just that close to one another, and it's like it's a waste of the taxpayers' money, simply. Thank you.
Councilman Kuntz?
Sorry, Ms. Taylor, I may have missed it, but did you mention how much in savings there would be if we got rid of these?
It depends on the staffing. They still have to staff those polling places, so we're paying for the staffing to staff the polling places on election day for the 12 hours that they're there, or 12+ hours that they're there. So we still only have one early voting location, which is the library, which is the only one we have. So that cost would not change for the 2 weeks of early voting. But on election day, we would be staffing 10 additional locations, whereas before, the year before, we were only staffing 3 locations.
I guess, yeah, I was just looking for a dollar amount if we got rid of these 1, 2,
Yes,
3, 4,
it's kind
5.
of hard to say, because it's not apples to apples, because last year in 2024, we did not have a runoff. So there was a $10,000 difference, but that difference could have come from the fact that we had a runoff election. So I don't have a breakdown between the runoff and the general election.
Council, and Ms. Taylor, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the question is whether or not you want to take off basically the green.
Correct.
And leave everything else, right? So in terms of the question about the money, and this is just a briefing tonight, we can
Yes.
get those numbers and we can include that when we bring this back to you for actual consideration, if you're interested in removing those 3 that are in green. And the 2 in yellow have already been removed, if I.
Correct.
Right, okay.
And the meeting we have our first meeting is the 14th, which will be before our next council meeting, but we'll discuss, and they'll want to narrow down the voting locations, because then that's how they start giving us a contract as to how much it's going to cost each entity.
So there's not a feasible way to come up with even an approximation of what it will save us to close these 3?
Well, I will say this, when I got this for 2024, the price they quoted me was $35,000, which is what we signed our contract for. When I went back to look at our budget, because they'll refund you whatever was not used, it came out to $27,000. So it just depends on, there's not really a breakdown on
Okay.
what each polling place costs, but we are paying for them to staff each location.
So you are asking for some direction on whether or not to move forward with eliminating these three?
We're eliminating, we can go down to the 4, or we can only eliminate that, and we would have 6. If we eliminated the ones that are highlighted, we would still end up with 6 locations. And those are really the lowest, the ones that had the lowest turnout. Because you're really over a 12-hour period, like Brandenburg only had 8 voters in the whole 12 hours.
So I just heard from Councilwoman Gooden that she is agreeable to just keeping the 6.
Thank you. So what I stated earlier, but we're paying for 8 voters to keep Brandenburg Intermediate based on the numbers. We're also paying for 18 voters for Alexander during that period of time. So if we're basing this off of, finances and how much it costs and the expense of it, then I would support sticking with the 6 that are not highlighted.
Brandenburg always been been a voting location? They have a long history? Anybody know?
It was not in 2023. No. We only had the 4
Yeah,
in
the 4.
2023.
No, prior to that, was that a polling location? No?
Yeah, Mayor, another thing you need to consider is they're voting centers. You don't even have to live in town to vote.
No,
So-
and a lot of people are
So
voting in
you're
other
keeping
locations.
you don't even know whether those 45 people or 46 people were even voting in the Duncanville election.
All right, well, let's help wrap this up. How the rest of you feel about the suggestion that we eliminate the 3 highlighted in green? That would be Daniel Intermediate, Alexander Elementary, and Brandenburg Intermediate.
Okay.
I'm in favor.
All right, it sounds like we got a unanimous. I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
You good?
thank you.
All right, so I think that finishes our business here, but we're going to recess now a regular session at 11:12 p.m., and then we're going to retreat into executive session. And then